Come tomorrow. Good morning, people. Just thought I'd say hello. Anybody wants to come in? There you go. Hey, welcome to come here. But I got something I need to say, something that I need to get off my chest. You know, keep hearing peace, love, marijuana. I like that idea. I like peace, love, marijuana. But it don't work that way. Not in any community. It don't work. Peace, love, marijuana just don't work. Lemonade, lollipops, lemonade springs and lollipop trees are great, but it ain't working that way. You got people out there that claim they police this community. They don't police shit. If they did, they'd police their own as well. All right. And I'm talking about people in Discord. If they did, they police their own. One of which had drugs on his fucking table. I'm going to bring that one particular piece of crap up. Good morning, guys. Hey, Brian, what's up? Hey, Ira Z. How are you? I'm going to bring up that one particular person that had drugs on his table. All you got to do is take that picture and blow that picture up. And you can see there's pills inside that cellophane. You can also blow that picture up and see that there's two chopped up lines of drugs on his table. But yet they don't police that guy. They don't go after that guy. That's funny. I understand. But you see, you got that going on there. You got that one person there. They won't police him. Why haven't they policed him? He goes around jumping on people instead. Got another one that's lied about me. Yeah, yeah, that sucks on that part. I heard that as far as that goes. Yeah, as far as pot goes, yeah, that sucks, man. That you get you get you get to where you don't smoke pot no more, and then they legalize the pot. That sucks, man. But now there's another. But I'm going to bring up one more, and then I want to have fun. I want to enjoy my stream. Um, I want to bring up one more that likes to run as yap about me in particular, and has told lies for the last year and a half about me. I begged Discord to bring out my personal records. I begged them. But since they support this guy, they won't bring out my personal records. Why? Because they know this guy who's lied for me, lied about me for a year and a half, and that they decided to get on his bandwagon for the last year and a half, would show that they are all liars. I want you to think about that, and then you'll understand a little bit more why I go after people. Because they're trying to run good people out of here. And I'm tired of that. Hey, Brian,
Hey,
I just wanted to bring up those two facts about some people that they think we need to police people.
can you hear me all right?
I hear you just fine.
Okay.
Uh, I don't see where we need anybody from any other platform that is causing disruption and anything else to come in here and police us. I've heard people say that now. We need Discord to police us.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm trying to figure out why when I just brought up two incidences in their own that they've never policed yet.
I didn't actually get to check any of the qualifications for that job.
Yeah, I always thought we should police ourselves and take care of ourselves and do our own due diligence. Am I correct?
Yeah, believe it or not, there's people out there that think you cannot do anything without supervision.
Right. Well, I don't need a Discord moron to tell me anything when I'm watching them sit there not policing their own.
Don't need
Okay.
anybody.
It sounded to me when I heard that, let's put some more cops in charge of us.
Well, you have to be you. You can't have people infringing on your ability to be yourself. And when they do that in Discord, they're doing that. Or when they come into your chat, they're doing that.
Yes. And that was a bit upsetting to hear that from some very good friends of mine. And I'm trying to get them to understand all you're doing is saying, okay, let's put another police group in charge of us to police us. Let's go out, and you might as well just say, okay, let's go put the thin blue line Nazis in charge of us.
You go
Now, it
to,
ain't no different.
if you go to a Jerry Springer show, or you go to a Tonight Show, or you go to The Price is Right, everything has their own narrative. And when people come in there and try to change everything, you lose the format and the content and the context of what's going on. And they feel like they're being so deprived because their freedom of speech is being limited.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have that freedom of speech with each other like that. It doesn't work like that. It's for using it for the government to not suppress you. You have to be heard. But freedom of speech is not, you don't go over to somebody else's house and start yelling at them in their living room.
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, that's just a common respect thing that you grow up with. Didn't you ever watch Little House on the Prairie?
Well, I can tell you now, I had a discussion with one of those people out of Discord one day. He called Jen T a moronic idiot in her stream. And I told her straight up, you come to this house and talk to her that way, I'll knock him fuck right back out of that fucking door. And probably be missing some teeth while he was at it. Okay. I told him that on the phone. And that ain't gonna happen at someone else's private home. This ain't no different.
Well, you're inviting yourself into people's living rooms, and the opposite is the same. Mm-hmm. So it shouldn't lose that mutual respect for each other.
Right.
I mean, we are still civilized, I think. Some of us.
I think so. But I don't take kindly to.
No.
I didn't take kindly to hearing that we need Discord to police us because we don't. Because
I don't know what their policies are. If you're talking to, I don't know, is it driving too black, talking too black?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's crazy. Right. Why do you need anybody to police you?
I don't.
Why does each other just not have the respect to not step on anybody else's toes in a non-disrespecting way, to where they can just put out the message, or everybody gets along and has fun? And if you want to do that, you are the problem. You are disrupting everything. You can have the funnest time with the best people, but you don't have to have an opinion about everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes not everything that crosses your mind needs to cross your tongue.
Well, I agree with you that, and I do admit I'm one of the worst ones that do that.
Well, no, I'm not saying you. I'm saying
no. There's times I should have kept my mouth shut, and I never did. Okay, and I didn't. I went straight in full bore, and I've had to go back and apologize to people.
I have no problems apologizing to people. I just don't want to do anything that I have to apologize for.
Right. I hate to apologize at all, but there's times I have to because I am a man and I admit when I fucked up.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you have to have somebody stand right next to you, maybe you fear them, maybe you're scared of them, maybe they make you do the right things at the right times when you could do something wrong. Maybe that's the person that needs to be policed, and that's the person that's causing the problem, not everybody else.
Yeah. Anybody come in.
I
Uh,
don't know. I don't know if I said that right because it went dark there for a second, and I
no, I'm sitting here thinking about what you just said.
well, so am I. It went so blank that it messed me up while I was thinking
right.
what I was going to say and what I did say. I don't know if they were the same thing.
Well,
I
I'm
need to.
going to
I
ask
got to rewind it
you.
there.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I was gonna say maybe um my brain sort of said what the fuck, and but my heart saying
girl.
that sounded right.
Yeah,
That was confliction there.
boy, welcome.
You, actually, I like it when people say something that gives me food for thought.
Well, yeah, I like to make people think, but I don't like to make things so complicated I can't understand. I
Yeah,
kind of,
complicated yourself, huh?
well, I like to be able to follow the conversation.
Right, right.
I hate when I mix me up, but it doesn't happen very often. But when I get a distraction like that, it just totally squirrel. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
I was right in the
Uh,
middle of saying something and I forgot where I was at, and then I forgot what I said.
yeah, yeah. I've been there. I've done that. I've done that.
Like, does
That's when
any?
I know I shouldn't open my mouth at times too.
I think maybe
Especially when I'm ranting at someone or something.
think I
If
need
I'm
some weed or
ranting,
something, so at least I got an excuse.
right.
If I smoked something, maybe I'd have a reason for not.
uh, but my biggest thing is Discord don't have no reason to police me. I I have a reason to police them
Well,
because they're acting just like cops.
it's like a
The
daycare.
bad cops that we're fighting against right now. They're doing the very exact thing. They
For
don't
me,
police
Discord
their
is
own.
for me Discord's like a daycare,
Yeah.
and I love kids, and I raised my daughter all by myself, and it's great.
Yeah.
But those people, I don't think they ever got raised.
Uh, well, some of them I do have a little bit of a respect for. I ain't gonna say all of them are bad.
Well, not all of
Yeah.
them, but just the ones that I've had interaction with,
Mm-hmm.
they can be some of the most rottenest people you've ever seen.
Yes,
And
they
you wouldn't
remind
do
me of
that.
the bully out in the
In
street.
real life. I mean, if you were standing in their living room, would you
Mhm.
honestly act like that?
Uh, it, it, like I said, I told one I'd knock his teeth out and knock him out the door if he ever
Well,
talked that way.
that's what I mean. That's fine. But
Yeah,
if they were in your living room, would you expect them to talk to you like that? Or they
no,
couldn't. There's no way they could.
no.
They
They
challenge you on
probably
everything.
and they probably never would. They
No,
probably
they
never
wouldn't.
would.
No, but they have that power because you can't reach out and touch them or slap the
Right,
shit out of them.
right, right.
But
And you're right on that.
you can't go invite yourself into somebody else's living room and disrespect them.
Right. I, and before they start, the way I see it is before they start saying anything, they need to police their own. You know, which I begged them to bring out my personal record. Okay, my personal record, my I'm saying that wrong. My public records that they claim I've done this and I've done this, but if that public record will never, if they brought it out, they would be calling themselves liars
Oh,
unless they doctored. unless they doctored the documents, which I have seen them do, and I've caught them on twice.
For you?
No, not on me, for other people.
Oh, that's nice. That's
Yeah,
always great. They can put that much effort into something nefarious.
right. And that stuff really pissed me off, and I called them out on it before. And now I got to admit, once they got called out on it, they pulled the documents once they realized that it was there
How many
and
times
things
have
like
you,
that.
how many times have you seen like wrestlers in the background and they have an argument and it's a dispute
Uh,
and it doesn't put them in the best way to look at them. And then you see an auditor and he does something, or a journalist and he does something, and it gets out of hand and it's out of whack, and then pretty soon you've lost respect for that person. It
mm-hmm,
doesn't, I don't care who you are. If you're Joe Blow on the street, if you're a celebrity personality, if you're anybody of importance to me or somebody important to a lot of people, I don't care who you are, as long as you have that certain level of respect that you don't drop down to a level where you think you can bring people down to your level and beat them with experience.
mm-hmm,
Uh, I don't like people like that because you're just creating anger and animosity. You never get past the point of disrespect, and you don't have anything to worry about. You don't talk bad about somebody if you don't have anything nice to say. I mean, why does it have to be so hard to go back to the fundamentals that we were raised with, or our grandparents were raised with, and they try to instill in us? But then people wonder why they can't get along with this guy or that guy.
mm-hmm,
You know, it's real simple.
right.
And it doesn't put anybody in a better light when they have these confrontations. It just makes everybody look bad. And if you talk bad about somebody, you're not hurting that person. You're making yourself look bad by doing that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am the worst at that, and I know it. And I know I've had people ask me to quit that in the
Well,
past,
it's
but it's hard to stand by when you sit there and they're being slandered, or you see good
well,
people
sure.
that it's
Now
bull crap.
that's
It's bull
different.
crap that they're being slandered the way they're being
It's
slandered.
different when you're defending somebody and you're trying to make it clear what's going on and clear their name.
Hmm. And
And
yes, I get heated, I get passionate, and yes, I'll start going off the wall when I see stupid shit like that.
I'm a nut, man. I'll tell you what, you'll have an agreement with me whether you like it or not.
That's it. That's me. And sometimes you have to. Sometimes you do have to learn to disagree. Agree to
I don't have
disagree.
a problem being wrong. I don't have a problem disagreeing.
Right.
I just have a problem of why do you have to put so much emotion into it? It becomes a retaliatory fight.
Right. You're right. Right. And that's where I've gotten to with some of these people, and I know it. But the thing is, I go back to the same case. If they want to prove this, they do it to everybody else. Why won't they prove this shit about
Um,
that they're lying about?
I'll be honest. I don't know what you're referring to. I
Oh,
don't
I'm
know.
so,
I don't know a lot of the stuff. But I did catch a little bit of a video from another person in the community,
yeah.
and I don't know.
Salty,
Go ahead.
come on back. Sorry, Salty, come on back. I just saw you, bud. I
Sorry.
wasn't ignoring you. Go ahead.
I just I've missed a lot of things here lately that I really wished I hadn't have, but I was focusing on other things, and I missed a lot of little important things that were important to a lot of people, and I'm just kind of finding out about them. SNS uh, was told something, and he told somebody else, and then he looked bad for putting information that wasn't true, and blah blah
Yeah.
blah. You know, and it's like, why would somebody do something to set somebody up for failure like that when all they're doing is trying to provide a service?
Right.
And you try to make him look bad providing a service.
Right.
You didn't get back at anybody. You hurt the community. You hurt yourself if you let yourself be known for doing it, because it's not a prank. You know, it's just a total waste of time. It's unproductive. And if
Right.
that's the kind of power you have and the your what your aptitude to try to put things out there that are destructive. What kind of person are you? Go check yourself.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, that's what. Well, one of the problems I've had in particular is a person named Flow Rider likes to go around and spread lies, and his little group of M&M, RSM, Odin now is starting to jump on that bandwagon and things like that. Uh, they're wanting to spread these lies about me. I begged Odin to bring out my public record like he has done many times
Look
to
at the
other
people.
people.
Look at the people. They hang around in a certain crowd for a certain reason
Mm-hmm.
because it's the only thing they can do to feel like they belong to something.
Yeah,
Right.
you gotta consider the source, Jamie.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Think about what they try to do to me. I don't care.
Well,
I'm not saying they're all
gotten
bad.
to the point. I kept quiet. I kept quiet as best I could with these people.
Well, I'm not saying
Yeah.
they're all bad, but
And
they tend to group up and side with each other's opinions, and they want to debate everything and nitpick things. A lot of times when I'm doing something, it'll just be a presentation.
yeah,
And I don't want interruption because I lose track of what I'm doing and where I'm at, and it doesn't make the presentation any better. But when they do that stuff, they nitpick, they want to debate things. That's fine, but they're so obscure. They're so far off track one way that it's not even a leading question for another for an answer for another question or anything. It doesn't even
yeah.
pertain to what the conversation was about in the first place. It's like
Right.
just because you're running for president, you know, have you seen his shoes lately? I mean,
Yeah.
and it's like, why are you even discussing that?
Yeah. It's like with Donald Trump. The biggest thing they used to use to switch the subject away from anything he was saying. Look at that man's hair. Who did his fucking hair? Look at that bullshit hair. You heard it. Even the news did it.
Now, if you'd like to debate this, you can go ahead and turn this show off and go over to another one and talk about it if you'd like. You're more than welcome to talk about it somewhere else. But if you want to debate something that's in a show, that's not the way it's going to work.
Right. Right. I try to do that and try not to get pulled off of any subject I'm talking about as best I can. Now there's times I do decide, okay, I'm done talking about it, and then we go do stupid shit in the panel and
I
enjoy it and
love
have fun.
stupid shit. I love stupid shit, but not in a moment of, you know, we got something to discuss or something like that. It's what it's called is conversation bullying,
Yeah.
and they're very good at it. And I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know if they're paid to do it, if they got nefarious actions behind it, but it always results in the same thing. People are disgusted, they're upset, they didn't even get their message that they were trying to discuss. It's just conversation bullying to change the narrative of what it was about.
right.
It's unfortunate that people are not going to leave what we're doing to go over to you to do something like that. That's just, most people are unethical in their angle of attack to the way that the Discord people do it. That,
You know what? That's why I did respect Odin for the longest time because Odin would come in and discuss. He would talk. You know,
but you
and
don't just start calling people a cunt and a this and a that.
see,
That's
I'm bad
just,
at that. I'm bad at that. I'm bad at that, especially when I get pissed.
yeah, but when you got your tongue in somebody's ear and you're saying it, it's different than, you know, looking them in the eye and looking down on them.
Well, here's the thing. There ain't a damn thing I've said on this computer I wouldn't say to a damn one of their faces. I don't have a problem with that. And anybody who's ever met and known me throughout my life, they know that I've gone up to 6'8", 290-pound men and cussed them out just as quick as I would anybody else.
Why don't you pick on a big guy?
Yeah, I have. I've got my ass whooped for it too.
I find the older I get, the easier it is to get my ass whooped.
Right.
Usually it's me kicking myself in the ass.
Oh, no. The bad part is when you get your ass kicked by the guy that you just cussed out, and then you have to kick yourself in the ass.
Well, the worst thing is when you're knocking something off your shoulder and you look over and it's the ground.
Right. Yes. I've been there, done that. Sit there, pick yourself up, and you're going, damn, that motherfucker hits like a freight train.
He didn't hit me as hard as the ground did.
Right. The ground
I'd kick his ass if he get his foot off my neck. Right.
But see that, and I've had that happen to me. I don't care. When I get where I think I'm seeing something wrong, I'm going to say so. Yeah, and I don't care how big you are or who you are. Okay, so, I would do it to your face. I've done it to people's face. Okay, I've always been that way. And don't like it. One of my most proudest and defining moments I ever thought, as far as fighting the government, that I did was we were in an auditorium. There was about 400 and some people, maybe a little more. I called out an elected official that kept saying he was praying to God. He said, I'm praying to God to see how I need to handle these problems. Okay, PG. And I called him out on that. I said, I think after about 6 months you praying to God, I think God's probably told you what you need to do. Why don't you start fucking doing it? And I think what you need to do is start listening to these people. And that's what you were elected to do. And he had a person stand up for him and start going after me. I know he prays to God, blah, blah, blah. I said, listen here. I said, listen here, bitch. I didn't fucking elect you. I elected him. I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from the person I elected. So sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. That freaking whole damn auditorium erupted in cheers for that because they were getting tired of hearing it too. Why isn't the elected official talking for himself? He was the one who was elected. He needs to be talking for himself, and he needs to be doing it for himself. That's what he was elected for, not anybody else.
Yeah. When I talk about government, I don't talk about government as a fictional entity. I talk about the individual person representing the job that he was hired to do and hold that person accountable. All government is your neighbor, and your neighbor might be greedy, might be nefarious in their actions, whatever, but you can't hold government accountable because it's your neighbor. Somebody lives next to you that's not a good person, and they need to be held accountable because they're destroying lives in their positions that we hired them to do.
Right.
We can fire them.
But what I was getting at there on that is I cuss them out just as quick as I cuss anybody out. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you're at and what you're doing as to whether you'll get the result you want.
Oh, I got the result I wanted then, but then again, where that happened was in Missouri, and they have what they call a recall law there.
Well, you seen I broke my leg.
Huh?
You seen I broke my leg.
Did you?
Well, you seen here a couple months ago I broke my leg. So
right.
I'll break my foot off in somebody's ass, and I mean it.
Right. And that recall law though, that's how I was able to actually have more. The people, the constituents of that area, actually had something to stand on because they knew once they're seeing big groups like that, there's a lot more out there that are just the same. Okay, and that recall law, they could have been recalled quickly, and people they realized they were when I made the whole auditorium cheer, okay, they're sitting there thinking, hey, this is just a small percentage. How many others out there are that way, that are my constituents that are voting me in, that can recall my ass to get me the hell out of here? It made him do something. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Go
to
ahead.
empower and not have a way to get out of the empowerment, I ain't gonna do.
You can't force people to be decent. That's the problem.
There he is. I haven't heard him speak for a little bit, so thank you for not
Hey,
walking
Brian.
over. Thanks for not walking over us. And
no problem. I mean, I'll speak when you guys are done.
Salty Man's pretty respectful for that, and I appreciate that about Salty. Now in his channel, sometimes that's a different story.
I try to let everybody speak in my channel, but when you come into my channel and you start attacking people, calling them sovereign citizens and talking your bullshit,
yeah.
As soon as you come in that panel, you're going to get your ass handed to you, and that's what happened the other night.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it complicates things for me in my real life now, but I'm already prepared to deal with it.
Things ain't near as bad as what I thought they could have been for you there, Salty, because that could have been a lot worse, I guess, maybe than the way it turned out. And I'll be right back, guys. I need to go grab a couple of cigarettes. I did not get prepared to do a panel.
I don't know any bad people. Everybody I know seems to be pretty good, decent people.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have idiosyncrasies or chemical imbalances, as people, we need to learn how to accept that too, because that's part of who they are. But the disruptive part, that's unacceptable.
I can tell you, I know a lot of bad people that I used to hang out with in Discord. But here's the thing. I used to do the same thing they did. I used to troll people. I used to do server raids. I used to do all kinds of dumb shit. It only takes a few shitbags to lead an entire mob of people to do the wrong thing. And I'm not ashamed to say that I was part of that nomenclature doing dumb shit. But when I walked away from Discord and I started exposing it, if Tammy's going to think people have bad things to say about him, shit, you ought to hear the things people say about me. And it doesn't come from a little bit of people. It comes from a lot of people.
Well, I think my definition of bad people may be different than others because I accept people for who they are, but I don't accept their actions of, when they're attacking people.
Well, like we talked the other night, a lot of the things that I thought I knew from being in Discord has got me fucked up. And what I mean by that is I think I know certain truths about certain people. Mm-hmm. I don't know shit. Because I was in Discord and unduly influenced, and it was my fault because I didn't seek out the answers on my own.
But those are opinions, right?
People are good or bad. I believe the hype and the bullshit, and I was unduly influenced. Now, that's my fault and no one else's. However, when I decided to amend my behavior and get away from that drama and bullcrap, unfortunately, the drama and the bullcrap keeps following me everywhere I go. I could be in another person's server, minding my own business, and they'll just come in and straight attack me.
You're right. All right, go ahead, Sophie.
And then now, because I'm on this side of the fence, I must be fitting in this category, or I must be fitting in that category, or I'm being unduly influenced by fucking retards, or, just the bullshit that they say. But, I don't let it affect me anymore. I had a lot of things happen today that I won't go into detail with on the air. I'll tell you, privately if you like. And it made me realize how funny these people are because they're going out of their way to try to make trouble for me and to get me to respond. Now, the old Salty Rant would have responded in kind, and it would have been still going on today. Today, it took me a little bit more than an hour to clean up a mess many people made. Mm-hmm. And I laughed my ass off while I was doing it because it was funny to me because they wasted their time and left all kinds of mess everywhere. And then they're like, they want to tell me, oh, what happened? I'm like, nothing, nothing. They expect me to do a video. They expect me to go crazy. I'm not even going to do any of that because here's the best part. At this point, whether I talk about these people or I don't, I can't do the right thing in their minds. Arguing with them and having a full-on fight with them is not going to change the fact that we don't like each other. And in my opinion, they don't matter or they're inconsequential. That's never going to change. And in their minds, I might be a piece of shit, or I might fit in this category, or I might be a Chomo supporter, or whatever such nonsense they want to say about me. But at the end of the day, I know it takes two people to fight, always, and it takes two people to argue. And if I'm not willing to fight and argue or even acknowledge it and make a video about it or talk about it, they don't have anything. They're the ones that look bad to everyone else because they won't drop it.
Well, if you're picking on somebody who has something in their past history that you can't live with, and they're not incarcerated, they're not in jail. Supposedly, if you go to jail, you're supposed to serve time to your debt to society. That's how you pay that. And when your debt is paid off, they actually will release you back into society. And if you do it again, you may be punished again more severely. But I don't feel that it's okay to keep punishing somebody if they're not incarcerated for something. And you want to just use that as your motive to disclude them from society. Now,
and you know what? You're absolutely correct. And that's what I've done. And for that, I say that I'm wrong. I'm still having a hard time with accepting that.
I don't leave you alone with my child. I'll keep my eye on you, and I'll never leave you alone with my child.
Well,
it's not that you don't have anything to contribute to society, because I think everybody has something. Nobody is smarter than the other person. They just know different things.
Right, but when like I said, when you're in the nomenclature of, or in the nomenclature, I guess, if that's the right word. Yeah, nomenclature.
The clan, when you're an idea. They run with ideas.
Well, yeah, when you're in the nomenclature of Discord, they run with ideas, but they also don't tell the full story. Even though
I noticed that
they may have paperwork on somebody for doing a heinous crime like raping or whatever. Just as a case in point, I'm not going to specifically out anyone. They only have the paperwork. They don't know what really happened, but they have the paperwork from the state.
That's right.
And that paints a pretty graphic picture. But then, let's just say people in Discord have had certain physical contact with other people of said dark history or past. I'm not making any name, but
look at Honest Citizen. Look at Honest Citizen.
Yep.
That kid did nothing wrong.
And spent 3 months in jail?
2 months.
2 months, yeah.
61
He's still in jail, right?
Huh?
No, he's out. He's out, thank God.
But he did absolutely nothing wrong. So 2 months is a hell of a long time in jail.
Yes, an eternity.
You could starve to death. You could be poisoned with medication. You could be subject to opinion-based treatment. We think you're this, so we're going to give you this. We're going to, and it's like you've lost everything for no reason. Mm-hmm. That's unacceptable. And that's the same thing that they do over in the Discord a lot is they come up with an opinion. Somebody doesn't believe a story that you tell. If you tell somebody you've done something, well, if you don't believe them, that's fine, but you don't have to make a commotion about it. Go back and do your research and then call them out. But don't sit there and call people out just because you want to make that the issue is calling them out.
Well, after what I just said and spoke about earlier, grappling with my feelings and how I feel about the things I thought I believed or things I thought I knew,
right?
Based on the influence of other people, I'm still grappling with how I think, because even if, say, a rapist or child molester allegedly paid their debt to society, that doesn't mean I'm the forgiving type and I'm going to be, oh, let's hold hands and sing Kumbaya and make s'mores. Fuck
No,
no. Do
but
anything with these people.
should you keep punishing that individual?
No.
No.
You know,
No,
like,
I shouldn't.
it's like labeling somebody a felon for a simple crime or something, but they didn't actually do anything wrong. They just took a plea deal because they were scared. You get into
Yeah.
the system, you get scared. So you take a lesser charge even though you were totally innocent. And then you end up with this label over the top of you that haunts you the rest of your life that makes you a lesser person.
Mhm.
I don't think the judgment part is one thing where you're judging each other. We all judge. I don't give a crap who you are. When you buy curtains for your living room, you're going to judge what they look like. You're going to buy a car, you're going to judge what you want it to do, the performance, the look, the color. If you meet people on the street, you know, if they talk a different way, you're going to meet in the middle, or you're not going to meet at all because you're going to accept that, or it's going to be really annoying to you and you can't understand a word they're saying. You
Mhm.
know, it's just we judge all the time and we say, well, you can't judge a person. That's totally wrong. You judge every single day.
Yeah.
And when you judge people on certain things that don't even matter, how are you going to judge somebody and hold them accountable for something that they've already paid for it? They're trying to go on with their lives and they need to not be held back by that because it's destroying the fabric of our country.
Mhm.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better.
And you're
Honestly.
right. You're right on that. And you do judge every day. Everybody judges every day because you judge if you want to be friends with that person. You want to judge if you even want to listen to what that person has to say. Everything. So we're always judging. That
And then
that
you have the undue influences like in Discord.
yeah.
And, you know, the mob like mentality. You know, since I've been coming out and turning a different way and trying to think a different way, a better way, I think, and try to live my best life, I've been getting more shit and more criticizing towards me as a person than I ever have in my life. And it made me realize, shit, I was doing the same goddamn thing everybody else was doing, and I was wrong.
Yeah.
I better find a way to correct this and amend my behavior or else, basically.
You see how it disrupts the behavior of somebody doing something productive?
Mhm.
Yeah, I do. But now, of course, you know, with this live stream going on and, you know, people seeing it and be like, oh, well, fucking Lou's crazy. He went to the dark side. Da 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 da.
This
He
isn't the dark
supports
side.
chomos. Like, I don't support chomos, but
I don't know
I
any
can't
chomo.
hold a person's past against them, especially if they did or didn't pay their debt to society. It's not up to me to decide how much time they do in jail. But I will tell you personally, if you get caught from child molestation or murder or rape, depending on the circumstances, you need to be fucking dealt with one way or another.
True. If you
And
mess
unfortunately,
with my kid, I'll just flat out tell you, you're dead.
Mhm.
You know, if you fuck with my kid, you're dead. You fuck with anybody in my family, I will kill you. And
Mhm.
that is a threat. I threaten anybody who threatens harm to me.
Mhm.
And that's just a fact of life. You don't have to put your emotions into every encounter because somebody has something on paper. I know a lot of people that got a lot of things on paper,
Mhm.
but
yeah,
it doesn't justify how you treat them because they're respectable people and they're polite and they accept certain things in their life as not well either. And maybe they made a mistake and they accept that and they don't like what they did. And they're even harder on themselves than anybody else could ever be.
Yep.
You know, it's just not worth it it's not dwelling and it's not just ignoring, but you can't keep poking at the same thing that is not going to help them become a better person anyways. If they're in society, help them be a better person. Like I said, if you're afraid of child molestation or something, just don't leave your child alone with that person. But if
Yeah.
somebody does, guess what's going to happen? It will surface. It will correct itself. We are a self-correcting society. Believe me, I know many of fathers have beaten people to death with their bare hands.
Mhm.
yeah.
I remember my grandpa talking about during the riots, when the riots were happening in D.C., where they broke into the music store that my grandpa had. Okay. They were destroying the music store. My mom happened to be in the music store. She couldn't get out. And he literally had to come in and kill two people to get my mom out of there because they had every intentions of hurting my mom. Okay. They were coming after her. They had already put their hands on her, trying to grab her, and she was able to get away. They had already killed the dog that was watching over my mom. And they had every intentions of hurting her. So he had to kill her, literally, with a shotgun. That was back in the riots. Okay, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Grandpa used to tell that story all the time when I was a kid.
Well, times haven't changed much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that. Believe me. Yeah, living down there in them backwoods swamps, I call them swamp billies instead of hillbillies. They're swamp billies down there in Florida for 30-some years, and then growing up in the Ozark Mountains with them hillbillies out there. You're right. There's a lot of places that ain't changed much at all,
I'm old
especially when
school.
it comes to family.
I'm old
And they
school.
probably have their own form of justice as well.
Oh yeah,
It's quick.
oh yeah. Like I told this once. I've told this story a couple of times. There was this one old boy. He was drinking up the freaking rent money and everything else. He beat his kids up really bad and everything else. Well, four guys broke into his house, pulled him out of his freaking house, beat the living shit out of him. Okay, in his own front yard, and then tied him up to a tree for 3 days with a sign saying, "I'm a bad dad and a bad father." Okay, uh, that was the sign that draped around his neck, and they left him there for 3 days. No food, no water. Guy was damn near dead when they pulled him off the tree. But guess what? It sunk in. It sunk in. He became a good dad and a good father and a good husband after that,
If
and did
you
what he needed to do.
if you think you're capable of doing something bad or that you shouldn't be doing, think about this. That's somebody else's child. That's somebody else's family member.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do something to scar that person, you scar them for the rest of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
You've destroyed something you can't correct, and you hurt an actual piece of property that belongs to somebody else. And
Mm-hmm.
they have to live with that as well. And they
Mm-hmm.
might do something to you to make themselves feel better. It might be wrong, but it just might be something that makes themselves feel better because you won't do it to anybody else again.
Mm-hmm.
But don't do something to the point where you have to scar somebody else.
Right.
Because these little arguments and discord or raping somebody, molesting or whatever, it doesn't matter. If you scar somebody else, there's repercussion for it. And
Right.
you can have a conversation and say something you don't even think about, and 10 years later somebody brings it up and you're like, wow, you remembered that. But if you could do something devastating, something really horrible to somebody, and think what? Your selfish moment is going to not matter anymore because later on you'll forget about it. That
Mm-hmm.
person may never forget, and it scars them for the rest of their life. You've just destroyed a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've had plenty of people from Discord try to destroy me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't forget about it.
I try to move on from it if they allow me to. But that's another thing with this particular people I started out talking about, that particular group. I even tried not to talk about it for a month or so. And it was constantly the same bullshit lie, same bullshit everything going on.
That's why I like being mod.
Yeah, and it wasn't, you know, it just wasn't dropping no matter what. So now I have to go on in defense.
Once you're distracting and changing the narrative, You're no longer welcome.
Yeah. Well, that's why I got over 75 people banned from my channel now.
I got
Just
way
for
more
that
than
very
you.
reason.
Well, you got to set rules for your room, but they also have to understand you don't just jump in like a wrecking ball into a channel and do what the hell you want. This isn't a romper room. You know, even in daycare, you got rules.
See, even right now, as much as I'm mad at Odin right now, Odin's not blocked from my room. He's not blocked from my chat or anything else. Okay. Because I do have a tiny bit of respect for Odin because of some things he's done.
Well, you know what? You're a better man than me, Tammy, because I got no respect for the motherfucker. I got him blocked off my channel, and I got nothing but bad thoughts for the man.
I feel the same way.
I understand that.
I feel the same way as Lou.
I'm sorry, but, you know, here's the thing. You know, you remember the old saying, fool me once, shame on me, fool you twice, shame on you? Well, that's the way it is.
You don't go in disrupting things like they do. They're not just asking questions. They're not just, you know, they're fishing. They fish it and they fish. You can fix that if you want. Okay. When you fish like that, that's crazy. I mean, you have nothing to present. I mean, as intelligent as some of those people are, they got skills.
Yes.
I mean, mad skills that would be cool to utilize, but their personalities won't allow them to be functional.
Nope.
Right.
They'll do it for something nefarious. They'll do it for something behind the curtains. They get obsessed with something and they run after it, but they couldn't provide something for the community, and they don't understand that this is not the dark side. This is the side that sides with God. This is the side that sides with integrity and honesty and clarity. What is so hard to understand? We're trying to make the world a better place, and all they can do is try to stop it.
Right.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They think that they're the ones that are saving everyone.
And
they think they're on the righteous path, but they're really not.
What have they provided?
I can say that because I used to be part of that group. I used to do the same shit they're doing now.
What have they provided?
They
a lot of deceit, dissent, a lot of that. Every once in a while, they do come up with something good, but
they do call out fraud in the community. But you know, it's the delivery of when they call out fraud.
They only stumble upon that because of their nefarious behavior was probably going to do something worse anyways.
Right. But that's what I was getting ready. That's what I was getting ready to say. See, this is one of the biggest problems I'm having with them. Okay, just let's take the Colonel incident here recently. Okay, yes, they helped to expose the Colonel. Okay, and they went about it. Okay, they got that exposed. Then they started attacking people.
Well, he's got 11 herbs and spices. It was locked up and it was his. So,
no, I'm talking about the girl that decided that was saying she was paralyzed from the waist down and then got up and it was a girl.
Oh, that was okay.
Yeah, that.
I thought you meant Colonel Sanders.
But going back to that, why is their delivery method like pulling teeth with screwdrivers?
Yes, that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at there, Salty.
Why can't they just explain it to people, like, you know, just be like nice about it? Like, you don't have to beat people over the head with the truth. Right. Like, I'm a fucking security guard, right? I've been a security guard for 23 years. When I got to get a message across to somebody, I don't go at them gung-ho and try to beat them up with my badge and my authority. I talk to them like a real person. Now, if they decide they want to be shitty with me, then I'm going to decide what comes out of my mouth next. I might say, hey, fuck you, eat a bag of dick, whatever. Hey, Norsac Maniac. But here's the point. It depends on how I'm talking to the other person. Sometimes it goes south right away based on the way that they carry themselves. Sometimes it has to do with me having a bad day. I might mistake something someone says. So I'm always trying to keep an open mind whenever I have to deal with the public on anything. A lot of people don't like me because I'm in a uniform and I wear a badge, because they don't respect authority. And that comes out. Sometimes I don't even respond to them. I just look at them and laugh. I'm like, well, that's your opinion. And then I roll on. I'll leave them alone.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'm forced to take action and get in the middle of an argument and tell them how it's going to be. They don't want to follow it. Well, this is what I'm prepared to do.
Right.
It is what it is. Your delivery system has to be optimal to the point where the optics look good, you look good, and you're not alienating or beating anyone up.
Mm-hmm.
And because they're doing their own various things, and they may stumble across something and then out it, which everyone wants to give them praise and kudos for, then they dump it all in the fucking toilet, in my opinion, based on how they deliver it.
Yeah.
And I don't respect that.
I agree with that. And that's exactly what I was getting at there, is that they helped out that. That's great. Kudos to them that they actually helped with that. Okay. But then to go around attacking people that got duped because they had a heart and showed they were human and wanted to help someone that they thought was someone that needed help, and then they attack them and repeatedly attack them and repeatedly attack them. That's wrong. And then they'll go in.
The biggest tactic.
Here's one of my biggest things that I have a problem with. I've watched even one of them come in and say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." And then 5 seconds later, they were over in another stream saying how stupid and naive and moronic they are. Okay.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
Now, that's just being flat up two-faced and bullshit. How can you respect that at all? There's no respect there. I have no respect for that. Okay. And
that's why some of the people that are blocked on my channels currently today were going out in other servers and talking shit, bad-mouthing me. And when I see it, rather than confront them about it because I don't feel like getting an argument, I just simply click on the icon, go to their channel, and they're blocked. Now they don't know why. Well, now they know why, especially if they're watching your live stream.
Yes.
Got a problem with me? Take it up with me. Don't tell everybody in the fucking other fucking YouTube. Come to me. I'll listen to you. I might tell you to eat a big bag of dicks, but at least I'll listen to you.
Yes.
They don't do that.
One time, I remember years ago, my sister's boyfriend, she was a father of her child. He said, I'm going to call the parents and I'm telling them not to send the boy nothing for Christmas. And I beat his ass from one side of the house to the other. And I thought, well, you son of a bitch, you would do that to your own kid. He doesn't get anything because of your behavior, and you had taken advantage away from your own kid to have a decent Christmas because you don't get something your way. And that just reminds me of how these people act. Well, if you don't get your way, how do you live with that? The story I'm saying is, I never take the advantage away from somebody. If I don't like you, it doesn't mean I'm going to get you fired. I'm going to call your work and get you fired. Then you're going to become a more drain on society. How did I help you? If you think that's a bad person, why don't you have your debates and discussions with that person and maybe help them? But to go over their head and cut their throat, that's what I see a lot of with the.
Well, they would go on live streams. Not this guy he wasn't so much in Discord. He was later on, but this guy that I fought with for a year and a half was making these outrageous claims on his live stream saying he's going to send packets of information everywhere. He's going to have my job. He's going to break up my marriage. He's going to put me on the streets, homeless and broke. I'm like, okay. And then what did he do? Oh, that's right. He faked his own fucking death and tried dropping it at my fucking feet, only to be ridiculed and have it slapped back in his face. And I didn't have to do anything. I just sat back for the most part.
Wow. I mean, if you can put
Yeah,
that much
that's
energy
what I'm
into
saying,
something
man.
bad, and then you think you're doing something good, you know, DDT doing that to Eric Brandt, and then, you know, you can't tell me that somebody set me up or somebody made me do it. You can't tell me that, oh, it was a joke. Somebody else was playing a joke. I don't know what the facts are. I know what I heard. And that's just fucking wrong for somebody who's never even seen one video. You've never seen a video, but you're going to do that to somebody you don't know?
That's because A Balance has his hand so far up his ass that when he
No.
tells him what to do, he tickles his fucking tonsils.
Yep.
No, that's not why. It's because that individual didn't take responsibility for his own actions.
Yeah. Well, we just okay. Yeah, we're
Tammy,
agreeing there. We're
Tammy,
agreeing there. We're just seeing where we're just
Tammy,
seeing.
I need you to rob a bank because I can't pay my bills.
Right. Yes.
Now, is that going to be Tammy's fault or mine? Who you
That'll
gonna
be
blame?
that'll be mine because I
Well, it's
went
the
out
same
and fucking
thing.
robbed the bank and didn't hold myself accountable for my own act. Try to hold myself accountable for my own act.
I'm going to benefit from it. If you get the money, I'm going to benefit, right? But you're going to get in trouble. So who's the smart guy here? Neither one of them, because neither one of them are doing anything productive.
Right.
And see, that's what Stormhunter tried to do with Auditron when he was Second Sun News. He tried to get this guy to come to my house and salt my driveway with nails and fuck up all my cars because he didn't like what I was saying. He didn't like the outcome of my boss not firing me, and he didn't like the outcome of me filing an IC3 on him over words on the internet. His poor ego couldn't take it. And this is what I'm saying. Heinous shit, man. I've been through it. I know it.
If you're that uneducated that you can't control yourself not to do dumb things, and then you have to face the repercussions for them, what makes you think that you can jump in a channel and start advising everybody?
Well, what I like with one person in particular, he thinks he's a doctor. He thinks he's a freaking psychologist. He thinks he's this. He thinks he's that. And I've asked him to prove where he has any way to show the words he's talking and how to back them up.
Yeah, any credential degrees.
Yeah, and he's never showed that. And I'm talking about A Balance, by the way. He decides he thinks he's God and knows what everybody's up to. He can sit there and judge them by their actions. He thinks he's a doctor. He thinks he's a freaking lawyer. He thinks he's a freaking psychologist and everything else. When you ask him to prove it, where his credentials are, fuck you. He cusses you out.
Let me put it to you like this. A Balance is nothing more than a content thief, plagiarizing prick who gets others to do his dirty work for him and then laughs when people get in trouble.
No, Auditron Becky said no, he would not do that.
Well,
but he
obviously
was asked to do that.
Well, I have it otherwise. I have proof that he was asked to do it, and then all of a sudden now Tammy and Stormhunter want to say, oh, don't listen to him, he's a fucking drunk. Whether or not he's a drunk, the conversation happened. He chose not to do it, and I'm glad he chose not to do it, because if he had done it, he would have met with severe circumstances by me, the property owner, and by law enforcement. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I will follow the letter of the law until such a time as to where I cannot follow the letter of the law. And then I will take the law into my own hands and become a vigilante. That's not what the system needs. That's not what my family needs, and that's not what I need. Even though it might make me feel real good to do it, there's still consequences for doing it. And I've weighed all my options. And if I can get away from not taking the law into my own hands, I won't do it.
Trying to fix my microphone on the stand here. If I'm making noise, let me know.
You're fine, man. If you get too loud, I'll just mute you. Then you can unmute yourself when you're done.
Yeah, Tammy's muted me a whole bunch of times.
Yes, I have. I've had to mute Salty Grant. I've had to mute several people I've had on the panel.
Well, I don't want to sit here and get all this, know, trying to
All right.
I don't
You
take
keep
it
doing
personal.
not even realize you're doing it because I got headphones on. I can't hear nothing.
Right. No, Norsack. Boo, Niners. Go, Kansas City Chiefs.
You know,
Yeah, my wife
guy
is a big
that's
fan of the panty waist 69ers. I hate the panty waist 69ers.
guy that's
But then
got
I
his
hate everything
headphones
about
up real
California.
high.
I know why you call them the 69ers, though.
Be that guy that's got his headphones turned up real high and it's loud and he can't hear nothing. He's over here farting and the microphone's picking up everything.
Oh,
Hey,
I do
that
that
sounds like
anyway.
salty rant.
Oh,
That
wait a
sounds
minute.
like salty rant there.
I do that tonight, but I might shit my pants, so I'm not going to fart.
Oh, boy.
All right. Southern Minnesota citizen said hi, Brian.
Oh, hello. Let me look. I haven't been looking at the chat. I'm trying to get this because I'm sitting here holding my microphone, so I want to put it on the stand.
I can't even see the chat, so I'm good. People can say whatever they want about me. Rail on me. I don't care.
Well, actually,
It makes it a lot better that way.
it's been very, very polite the way the chat's been going. Hey, Joe Cool, how are you doing, brother?
Hey,
You know, I did get a chance the other day when you were in North Carolina Tire Hunters stream. Thank you for going to Virginia for our rights on the guns, bud. I appreciate it, though. Thank you.
What kind of gun did he get to carry that day?
I don't know. Hopefully, you'll come up here and let us know.
Southern Joe,
Southern Joe can come up. Any of y'all can come up.
Peachy. I don't know if she's still here. She said hi a while back. I'm just
Well,
trying
she
to-
had to. She said
Right.
she'll be back in a little while. She had to go feed her baby goats.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, I was looking through the chat in case I missed anything.
Tammy, do me a favor.
Huh.
You know I have an affliction for not being able to eat pepperoni pizzas. Please do not show your nipples tonight.
Oh, too bad. I'm gonna
Ah,
have
you
to
motherfucker.
just
God
because you
damn
said
it. Why can't you do something normal for once?
The reason he gets
because I
mad,
ain't normal. I've already
Tammy.
told you that. I'm far from normal.
Tammy, the reason he gets mad is because his desk is really short, and it takes him a half an hour to get out from under it after you do that.
It does.
I mean, if you got to go pee or something, that can be hell.
That's why I got a
Hey,
piss jug right next to me.
And I gotta leave and come back.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah,
Be right back. My volume's not
we
working.
can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't
All
hear
right. Be
I
back.
hear him.
We can't see him either.
Oh,
you. I
I see.
couldn't hear him. I saw him. I just couldn't hear him. So
Oh, I see
I was
Joe. and
just
I can
being
hear
an
him.
ass. I could hear him fine.
okay. Well, he can come back in.
Oh, geez. Everything's working, and you just chased him out.
No. He said he'll come back. He said he'll be right back. I didn't hear him. I did not hear what he was saying.
I'm sorry. I'm fucked up. I was just reliving my troll days in Discord. I'm sorry. It comes out sometimes.
All right.
Hey,
I need
Hey,
an easy
I've
button
always
for.
said I ain't normal though, Salty, and you know that.
I need an easy button for Salty.
You know, Tammy, you put the F in fucked up. I just want you to know that.
Yes, I do. I admit that. I know that.
I say that. Remember what I said, Tammy? I say that, and I didn't even think about that. That was you.
Mm,
The fart heard around the world.
yep.
Oh God, that was horrible.
All right, Joe, try that now.
What's up, baby?
Hey, I hear him. Yes.
Hey.
Hey, Joe, I do want to thank you for going to Virginia to stand up for our gun rights
Thank you.
and our rights, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I love what you did in New York too.
Mhm.
Yeah, Joe. I just posted a bid from up here, Joe, in New York, Joe.
All right, I can't wait to see that too. I'm going to take a look at that.
What I want to know, Joe, is how was the after party? How many hoes did you bang?
Listen,
He was going through Home Depot there, and he got the wheelbarrow, a few rakes, but I don't think they had the hose out yet.
hey, if you want to see that shit, you should watch tomorrow.
Oh, I'm going to, believe me.
Hey, did you hear about that shit Porter Farmer brought out where they're trying to now make it just to go through Kentucky? You have to show your shit to go through Kentucky.
That's insane.
If you don't
Yeah.
show it, they'll go after it and dig in there.
Yeah, they'll put. They're gonna. If you don't show your shit, they can give you tickets or even put you in fucking jail.
When you say show your shit, do they want me to pull my pants down
I
and show
thought it
my
was a
dick?
cavity
again?
search.
No, they want you to show your papers, basically, just
thought it
like
was
in
cavity
Nazi
search.
Germany. Just like in Nazi Germany.
Meaning if they pull you over, meaning checkpoint, how are they gonna get you to show your shit?
Well, first they're saying as soon as they pull you over, they're going to be able to do that. But the wording, if you actually look at the wording, it leaves it open to the interpretation of possible checkpoint.
Oh, that's not good.
Go ahead, Joe.
No, I didn't have nothing to say, man. I think that's amazing, man. I think that's I don't understand it. I don't see how they're gonna get away with it. Let me get this straight. You saying they pulled me over, like now I have to show my papers.
Well,
after an infraction, are you saying they don't need,
they don't have to have a reason to pull you over, just to pull you over because they want to, and show you they want to see your paper.
Well,
what about that doesn't apply to motherfuckers on foot walking in the city. That doesn't apply to everyone.
That law is for anybody.
They can pull you over.
No, nigga, hell no. That's
police.
Let me tell you something. The only person I'm showing my papers to is Peachy Ryder.
A police officer has the right to pull you over at any time for anything, and you have to stop. After that, they have to give you a legitimate reason for the stop.
Yeah,
sounds reasonable to me.
That's what they're trying to cut out. They're trying to cut that reasonable reason.
I'm sorry.
They just because they see Joe's black, they pull him over.
Yeah, but you could have a dog leash stuck to your trunk or something, and where's the dog?
Right.
They want to stop and find out what the hell happened.
Right.
They can stop you for anything.
Well, what I'm saying is,
where's the dog? Well, he's in the back seat.
Right. Well, the thing is, what I'm getting at, Brian, is they don't have to have any reason. It could be just because they wanted to. That's the way the new law that they're trying to pass.
How many times are you going to see them do that before?
Where is this at so I can research this law?
Look on www.kentucky.org.
Kentucky?
Yeah, Kentucky. And then go into the Senate part, the state Senate part of it, and you could look up this law. There's so much shit to it. You could be walking down the road doing nothing but talking to your friends. They can walk up to you and say, "I want your ID."
Are you sure that wasn't Kentucky Discord?
No, that was Kentucky. I looked this shit up myself because, like I said. See, I take a little bit of stock in what Poor Dirt Farmer says because
if he said it, yeah, he's reliable.
Yeah, he's been pretty damn reliable with everything that I've seen. But I still take the time to go research the shit, even though he said it. Okay, and this law is basically let's go to Nazi Germany right now.
That's the first thing that popped in my head when you said that. I know us auditors and cop watchers, activists. We always say that same thing. This ain't Nazi Germany. I don't have to show you my papers.
Right. Right. Well, that's what they're trying to totally alleviate right now in Kentucky.
They're gonna pull it off. They got that real ID shit around the corner. They got them fucking internment camps. They hiring motherfuckers, the UN hiring motherfuckers in New York right now, willing with 6 years experience in military or police, willing to take away citizens.
Well,
yeah, to hire me so I can do an underground railroad.
There you go.
An underground railroad. Those internment camps, when they were building them, people said, what are you doing? Who are you building these for? And they told them, it's in case we have foreign invaders. We need a place to lock them up. But when the papers came out for these fucking camps, it turned out they say, how do you identify a person? Name, address, and social security number. Fucking foreign invading force won't have a social security number. This is to lock us up in those camps. Any motherfuckers who are the FBI guidelines on it. Anybody who's talking that Constitution shit, he is considered to be a level 3 threat, and he has to go through brainwashing. I forgot reinternment, whatever they call it, where they teach you to be a nice person.
Well, I don't think I want to be around you guys no more.
I think they ought to send Odin and all the motherfuckers over there first. Let's see how it goes. Just my opinion.
See, yes, the Supreme Court has said that, but now they're trying to go
What's up, Nevaeh?
they're trying to go around that by sending it through the state Senate and getting the state to pass it as a law. And that's what they're doing, you see. And they're
Betsy, baby.
and Betsy's in here.
That's why I like the people in the chat, because they can do the work for you.
There you go. There's a real troll right there. Salty, quit being a man
whore. Salty Ranch. Stop being a man whore.
Hey, Betsy Tiller, I got one thing to say to you, baby girl. Sexy Betsy, I call her. My face leaves in 5 minutes. Be on it.
Oh, nice. Nice.
If I was Pinocchio, I would lie to you all night, Betsy.
Now that's a good one there. I ain't heard that one in a while.
I like the first one too. My face leaves in 5 minutes. Get on it. I like that one too.
That's my future ex-wife you're talking about.
Well, I mean, Peachy left, so I couldn't use it on her, but I'll use it when she gets back.
I use that on everybody.
What you guys been rapping about today?
A little bit of everything. I started out with Discord. People.
Know that dude is. Who's that?
Hey man, what's up? Hey, you in the background. Awesome. Thank you for also being there for our rights, bro.
Hey, I heard that the cops and the military were out there in force with machine guns and snipers and all kinds of shit.
They had snipers on all the buildings, and I didn't see them with any machine guns. The police.
Go to Global News.
But those were Nerfs.
Go to Global News and no. Go to Global News, and you will see where they set up a drone. And they caught on 2 different roofs the 50 caliber freaking machine guns mounted on the roofs.
Ooh, on the roofs.
On the roofs.
Okay, yep. I got some.
And what I tell you about that, and extra officers, I bet too, to run that.
I got some videos of these cats on the roof. I'm gonna go back and relook at it.
I look out.
Yeah, go to Global News though. They'll show you that they got a drone down close enough to see what they had. They had sandbags around it and everything, man.
Down on the streets?
No, it was on the. It was
no. I heard what you said. I'm saying down on the streets, they were outgunned. We had them outgunned, outmanned.
Now my question is this? Okay, yes, you had that. You had the gunpowder, but if they were to open up with that 50 caliber, what was going to happen?
It's called military advantage, and then we'd have a whole lot of bodies at the bottom of that field,
including their own. Including their own. I'm running straight to the police, so they got to shoot their own if they shoot me.
Yeah, but
you guys think we don't have snipers on the buildings pointing at their snipers?
I didn't think
it might have, but the problem is the main crowd. There would have been a bloodbath if they actually did that. It would have been a freaking bloodbath.
Yes, they were afraid. In order for them to put a gate around the entire Capitol, a choke point where they come in, they take everything, your lighters, your flint strikes, whatever it is, tripod. They were afraid, and it showed. You had to take your coats and shit off. I don't do that when I go to the county, man. As long as you go through the metal detectors, you're okay. They wanted you to take your clothes off. They went through everything. It was just like, they were afraid.
When Chuck got there, I said for the F-35s not to fire and the Blackhawks to hold their positions.
Well, I thank you because I was with Chuck and I don't want to get killed.
What kind of firearm did you get to carry, or is that a rogue question asked?
That's a rogue question to ask.
For me,
yeah, you can't ask me that.
Now, when you went through the metal detectors, was the fenced-in area, was that people with guns?
No, yeah, that was for anybody who went through there, had to de-arm and be searched and all of that shit.
I thought the fenced-in area was for people that had guns.
Oh, no. The people on the outside, they were surrounded by people with the guns.
Now, there was a crowd of people next to the buildings that went through the metal detectors. They didn't have guns, obviously.
No. Anybody in there was thoroughly searched. You
So
get it?
after they went past the metal detector, nobody had anything.
Hold on, let me help my man. I'm gonna mute for a second.
Sure.
All right, no problem, bro.
That's all right. He got it. He's good.
Okay, but yeah, I was stripping out. I went over to Global News, and they're a new upstart, real. I get what you want to call not a social media platform, but they're a media platform. But they're reporting some real shit out there. Okay, and that really tripped me out when I seen those 50 cows, and then they had them sandbagged, and it looked like they had freaking troops, not freaking police. They had troops, and freaking fatigues and everything else. They had the freaking hard helmet on, everything like you would see picture of troop.
Disarming an American is against the law.
Mhm.
If you're supporting that kind of behavior, I would hope that maybe you have a family member or something that would stab you in the neck with a fork.
There you go. Smoke grit.
Okay.
Smokes.
All right, I'm sorry, guys. Turning up the oh shit. Look like
Yeah, I heard.
All right. Yeah, I was just turning up the thermostat in this bitch, yo. Listen.
I'm typing in chat and I'm listening to everybody. I'm sorry. I was telling Neva, I will have links to that deal about what we were just talking about with the law. It seems like we're trying to go into Nazi Germany now tomorrow. I apologize. I don't have it tonight. I was actually not even planning on coming on tonight, but I did anyway. So I'll be more prepared tomorrow, and I'll start putting out links to that. I apologize for not having it for not having it tonight, Neva. I'll get you some links to it. I promise you.
Very good. We had a really good day today, man. Yesterday was a good day. The day we killed them in New York, Joe.
Yes, you
These
did.
cats are bogus. We were in the police station and was talking to the cop video, and everything was cool. And Liberty asked for a complaint form. Suddenly things changed. The guy stand up and said, a citizen's form? No, a complaint on an officer. Suddenly, you guys can't be in here. You can't film in here. Everything changed. He called for backup, yo. I don't know, the terrorism task force. Apparently, that's a thing in New York. They showed up. Oh man, I'll probably post that tomorrow. I just posted one too, by the way. We were before we got here at this hotel. We were sitting in the car arguing and talking shit, and the police pull up and block us in. Then another one pull up and block us in. And then when we get out there, ask, what is y'all doing? You're gonna ID, you're gonna ask my question, you're gonna tell you are, oh, you got the wrong cats, baby. You get nothing. I ain't telling you nothing, nigga. And then he called for 3 more units came, Joe. It was crazy, yo. The video is up. Check that shit out when you get a chance, yo.
That must have been right after that.
I will, bro. I love watching your stuff. I watch your stuff, man. I definitely will be watching it.
My man, and check out Chuck Bronson, man. Chuck Bronson go live all the fucking time. He probably live now. Okay. So make sure you check him out as well, man.
You always ask the right questions to get it escalated. Can I have a piece of paper?
That dude Liberty Bird is good at that shit right there, man. He's good. 303 is kind of his mentor. So you know how many times 303 been body slammed.
Yeah.
Yes, you almost seen Bird get snatched up tonight. Yeah, he's that guy. He's that guy, man, that play with the cops. He go.
Amazing what a piece of paper can do.
Rude, he's that dude. He's good at it too. He has some great lines. Hey, Peachy, baby.
Chuck Bronson, you're out of your fucking mind. If you think that we're here to, do lawsuits.
We will not comply. That was one of the chants up there in Virginia. We will not comply. We will not comply. Of course, USA, USA, USA. Of course, that one was big.
Before the blackout started happening down there, I was hearing that they had people with mega horns, out there chanting that, starting the chants and things like that. Yeah, it was great.
Then they get on the phone to Netanyahu or whatever his name is in Israel, saying now we need more guillotines.
What was damn. You said it was a blackout. What do you mean? Yes, Liberty Bird is awesome.
You work here or no? No, you can't be digging in trash recyclables.
Yeah, you can.
Seems logical to me.
Yes, you can once it's thrown away. That's trash.
No, you're on private property. Don't start with it.
Not if it's still on their property. It had to be off their property on the public property.
You still have easement.
But what blackout? What happened? You say after the blackout. What do you mean?
After the black guy, who said that?
After the blackout. Isn't that what you said?
The blackout. Yeah. No, before the blackout, I said. Before the blackout happened.
What blackout?
Oh, shit. People down there, especially once you got out of an area, you weren't getting those streams hardly at all.
Oh, yes.
Chuck lost his.
Yeah. And I saw 3 streams go down because YouTube was claiming they were breaking the freaking YouTube policy.
Damn.
High Impact kept losing his.
Mm-hmm.
They must didn't dig all them guns. Everybody was so peaceful and courteous and well behaved. I've never, been so safe, felt so safe.
Well, why would they declare it a state of emergency?
Right. Exactly, right?
I mean, you couldn't have possibly been in a safer place.
No. Every corner niggas had lawn chairs and shit. And, it was like 4 or 5 cats with AR-15s or something like that. I was good. And they was kind and we took pictures and had fun. So,
I'm not running into the guy with the toilet paper and the bread. I'm running into the guy with the gun.
I forgot I also got into it with the police down there, man. I got to post that bit. But guys that walked away from me, and sure enough, the police decided that they want to give me shit because I asked one of the chicks ID while I was crossing the crosswalk. They surrounded me immediately, man. One of them was pushing me with his bicycle, was a bike cop. One of them was pushing me with his bike. Yeah, they pieces of shit.
You had that window washer, too.
What window washer? What are you talking about?
He had a bucket. I'm not sure he had a bucket. And they was giving him crap coming across the street.
Where's your letter, Joe?
Yeah. Actually, it might be on that inside coat pocket.
There's a black man with a bucket.
Inside left coat pocket.
You gave him 2 cigarettes. Black and Milds?
No, he needs a lighter. He smokes squares. He just need a lighter.
Might have been a different
I don't
guy.
got no damn cigarette.
There was like 10 cops around him, and he was yelling at him.
That cops around who? Bird?
No, he was just a guy on the street, but he was coming across the street, and they was giving him crap. He looked like a window washer. He had a bucket.
The dude was talking shit. They came off.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, that dude. Yeah, I saw that. Y'all cats, y'all watching the live stream, huh?
Oh, yeah. We are watching. We can't be there, so.
Yes, which is a good thing about the streams, man. I feel the same way. I can sit at the crib and go to California, shit, overseas, be all over the place. You don't even got to leave the crib.
Things get out of hand. What do you think is going to happen? People sitting at home are going to be making phone calls.
I think, exactly. They got backup, which is why I think I got out of jail. They were talking about, we're going to put you on the John Doe. You're going to be in there for 4 days. And they don't phones start ringing yet. What phones? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I got it out. I didn't even have to see a judge. They let me out.
You got curb service.
Go
Fucking
to W.
phone.
By the way, I'm gonna Neva and the other one that's being saying that there ain't nothing on it. Go to www.dhs.gov/Real ID Kentucky, and you'll find out. Find your law there.
That's Division of Homeland Security.
Yeah, but it's Kentucky is voting on it. It's there. They're voting on it.
I'm gonna have to check that shit out. Look, Sammy, let me bail up out of here, man. I ain't had no sleep yet, and I only get a couple hours before we got to get up and get it moving again.
Don't lie to us. You got ladies coming.
I'm going to the ladies.
We couldn't put it on film.
Are you going to that one lady? Are you going to that one lady you were talking about on the retired hunters?
I'll tell you what lady I'm going to see tomorrow. I'll give you a hint. She's in Boston. She's in Boston.
Remember, Joe, film or it didn't happen.
Yeah. What you
need absolute proof you're saying what you're saying.
That's not
you
true.
will. It'll be probably on Chuck. Will probably go live. I'll post a vid. We probably.
You're gonna post it on Pornhub when you're done?
No. We'll probably do some cop watching.
Oh,
and you'll get to see that. That's about all I can promise you, bro.
Like I said, pictures or it didn't happen, bro.
Thank you.
It'd be better if you had video, but
that's not true, Salty, because 6 months later you could be calling her up, telling her, "Hey, honey, I was just thinking about you and how to get rid of this sore on my pecker." And
ooh,
and if it's a red ring, it's probably just lipstick.
Okay.
It washes right off.
Salty Red is funny, Joe. Yes. That's three good jokes.
Oh, Salty Rand's freaking awesome. I love it. He's freaking.
What am
I? What were you guys talking about? Fucking. I was talking to a guy about not going in the fucking trash and shit because it's on private property. Because the trash cans are located on private property, they can't get whatever he was trying to get. Not collectibles, but
recyclables.
I can't think of the word. Recyclables, yeah. The actual trash dumpsters are located on private property, and the private property is closed.
That's a little different.
That's why I was saying, do you work here? I forgot to mute my mic. And he's like, no, he goes, I'm getting recyclables. And then when you started, I mean, like, don't start with me. He thought I was talking to him, so he got out of there real quick and locked it up and walked to his car, which he parked on the street stealthily. So I know what this was. He wasn't just going for recyclables. He was casing shit. But because I caught him in the act and he couldn't do what he wanted, he got a little fucking upset. That's my job. That's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, that's a little different than just going through an alley.
Right.
I'll ride with you cats later, man.
All right,
Brian, Salty, Tammy.
By the way, I do have a quick question because Salty asked it. What were you carrying when you were there?
You know, man, I live in Chicago, ex-felon and all that shit. I ain't gonna rap about that.
He was
carrying a bottle of water.
Yep.
And he had a high-capacity assault camera.
Yes. There you
and
go.
No weed. No weed.
No, I know what Joe was doing. He was carrying one of those elongated bottles of water they shoved down the front of his pants. So when the female officers patted him down, they're like, "Damn, big boy." Just happy to see me.
Yeah, well,
I'm okay. I'm okay with that one without the pistol, Joe. I'm okay on that end without the pistol.
Joe doesn't need to carry a pistol because he's a pistol already, if you know what I mean.
Right the fuck on. Y'all gotta watch the vid. I got in this one cop when I was just telling you 5 cop cars showed up. The one guy was in his face. He was sitting in his car. I wish I could remember what I told him. He was like, "You're gonna ID." I ain't IDing shit, nigga. Woo, woo, woo. And he's like, "You're scaring me." He rolled up the window, put it again, went to drive off. He must have realized, shit, I'm a cop. What the fuck am I doing? Then he put it back in park, but he left the window open. You gotta watch this.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch that. That should be cool as hell.
Joe's got a neat bar trick. He can open up an import beer bottle and drink it like an elephant.
There you go, Joe. There you go, Joe.
Well, shit, if I could do that, I'd be a feature
Yes,
house.
Peachy, yes. All right, guys. All right, man. I'm gonna need to get some fucking sleep.
All right, we
man.
love you.
right,
Peachy,
later,
say
bro.
be safe and good night to you too, Liberty.
Yep.
All right, love, guys.
Later, Joe. That was nice. He stopped in. I like Joe. I have no problem at all with Joe.
He's got that one thing, you know,
What? What?
that laugh.
What he's oh, I was gonna say he's got a bigger dick than me.
Stop it. You don't talk
Yeah, he's
about
got
Joe
the other
like
guy
that.
behind him. I know, I'm wrong. I'm going to go to hell when I die, but you guys are all going to be waiting there, drinks in hand and ice cubes.
Hey, when I go to hell, I'm going to fucking have a bottle of Jack Daniels waiting on me down there. I know it.
I'll be on vacation when I get there after dealing with this place.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, and no Discord bag of dicks trolls are welcome. It's going to be our own private hangout.
Well, their penalty is they got to stand in a room full of shit drinking coffee, talking about other people's business.
Right, and then the devil's going to come in there and be like, "All right, guys, back on your heads."
There you go.
After the 15-minute break.
Yep.
Yep. And then Odin won't be talking like he's got peanut butter in his mouth.
You're like Hershey squirt.
Hershey squirts.
Oh man. Damn it. You choked me up there, Salty.
I did the work on that one.
Well, actually,
have to-
if I wanted to be a real dickhead, I could have went even further than what Salty said there with the peanut butter comment.
Well, it's nice when somebody knows what you're saying. Because I
Yeah.
could have fucked the punchline up.
I should be in the fucking cemetery tonight, but no, they made me work in an apartment complex.
Well, they still put the fence up there to keep you out.
Yeah, I bet
Yeah,
you.
they gave me
I
nice
bet
clean.
you're actually pissed off about that, ain't you, Salty? Now you can't dig up your girlfriends tonight.
You know, I can't perform necrophilia on any of the women in the cemetery.
That's why they put the
18 or 80, blind, crippled, or crazy. I'll fucking take them out.
People are dying to get in there, so.
Yeah, they sure are. That's why they put fences around them.
I mean, the manager is okay as long as I don't have to fucking deal with her.
He's a
But, you know.
Thinking about that, somebody worked at a cemetery here a while back, and they got fired because somebody, the Discord bullshit.
Yep.
Get somebody fired from their job because they
Yeah,
can't.
so, you see, there's been several people that's brought that up. Go get a job, go get a job. They get a job, and then they start calling on them to get them fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tried that with me, and it didn't work. They tried it twice. And your girlfriend, Tammy, and I'm saying this in mock, she's not your girlfriend, the barfly, tried that once with the pedo. And then before I ever knew about the IC3, if I'd known about the IC3, she sure would have gotten one back then, and he would have gotten one too. But then we all know about Stormhunter and what he did 6 times in 2 months. Tell my boss I'm pissing and shitting on gravestones. I'm banging fucking, or I'm fucking racist toward black people and sexist towards women, and I'm a womanizer and all kinds of dumb shit.
Yep.
So I'm like, you know what?
That wasn't you, was it?
They were calling
got fired. Was it?
They were calling on me to get me fired.
From a.
Hey, Denver, I don't know if that's you. It might be me because they're doing an update on the router here right now. So it might be me.
Either you're connected or you're not.
Yeah. But it might be slow right now. That's what I'm getting at.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
But that you didn't lose your job at a cemetery, did you?
No, that's something that Rising Sun Media will say that I lost my job. But I never lost my job. My employer lost the contract of 15 years because they wanted to go with a new company. So then when they went to the new company, even though it was a little bit cheaper, they thought they were going to get the same service my employer provided. They didn't get half the service my employer provided. So then when my employer got the contract, he got all the cemeteries in the area that he had. He had like 5 or 6 of them through the same company. He got them all back, and I went back to the cemetery that I used to work, a late swing shift on. I'm graveyard now.
So was that like 3 years ago?
I did the cemetery for about 7 years, 6 years.
But was it like
and then they lost the contract, and now I'm back. But tonight I had to go fill in for an apartment complex, a new account.
How long ago was that?
When they lost the contract?
Yeah.
Like 2017, early 2018.
That was you, I think.
Yeah, but I didn't get fired from the cemetery.
Well, that was just what the gossip or whatever was.
Of course it was, but see, here's the thing, and if anyone knows me, they would know what's in my heart. When I was working the cemetery, I used to have to poop in a bucket and pee in a bottle, and sometimes I would free piss like on trees and bushes, not on graves, because I had no restroom facilities. Well, when they got the contract back, they had revamped the restroom, so now I have my own security office / restroom. I got keys to it. It's all clean and new, and they repainted and put in new appliances and everything else. But everyone used to go ahead and bag on me for pooping in a bucket. Well, last time I went to Denny's, there was a guy shitting so hard in the men's restroom, it stunk so bad. I walked in there, and it was like a wave of fucking shit fumes, and it was the only stall they had. So what am I going to do? Shit on the floor? So I went in the women's restroom, and I fucking dropped a fucking loaf. Came out with the paper under my arm, my hand tucked into my waistband, and this woman looked at me all fucking crazy. I said, ma'am, I'm a professional. I said, you may not want to go in there for about 10 more minutes. You might want to let it air out. She went to the manager, and all the people eating up front, closest to the door, stopped what they were doing and looking at me. I took a bow in front of them. I said, ladies and gentlemen, do not try this at home. I'm a professional. I will be here next week. And then I left, and I never went back.
Oh, wow.
Because I was put on the spot for using the ladies' restroom. It happens. My diabetes at the time was way out of control.
I'm telling you now, if there ain't a man out there that ain't used the ladies' fucking restroom, then they're goddamn lucky, because I know many men who's had to go really bad, and the only damn thing that was open was a ladies' restroom, and they ran in there and used it.
Well, I've seen women do that, but geez, don't crap in the urinal.
Right. But I've seen it. I've had to do it. Okay. Traveling up the last time I did it, I was traveling up I-55, and I got hit. I ate some bad stuff evidently, and I went and stopped at the freaking stopped at this place. The men's restroom was locked up. Couldn't get in it. I said, fuck that. I went right into the women's, and I had to do that even because I ate something bad. Couldn't help it.
It's not a fun-sized bidet. That's a urinal.
Yeah. Like I said, I was fucking embarrassed about it, but I had to go, and I went and did my thing, and, I never went back to Denny's since. So then my wife's like, hey, why don't you get a 5-gallon bucket and put a toilet seat on it? So I took my Dremel, and I notched it out for the toilet seat. Little bumps on the bottom. I'd put a 5-gallon trash bag in there, a couple of them. I'd put on my rubber gloves. I had my paper towels. I had my baby wipes. I had my dish soap. I'd make a day of it. So then what I would do is, because the guys in maintenance, some of them were dicks, I would go ahead and poke a hole in the bag, the shit bag, and I'd drop it in the main trash can. So in the morning after I got off work, he would come in there and change it, and he'd have to smell my remnants.
Get one of those
Yeah,
floaties.
yeah, Minty, you're right. You're right. There's a lot of unisex bathrooms nowadays.
Yeah, I don't understand this whole unisex thing. It should be male or female.
I've went in there, but I've never had anybody hit on me yet.
Drill a hole in the side of the fucking wall and see what happens. Little stall wall. You'll be a real popular guy.
Well, a lot of these are single sit-down bathrooms, so you got to go in one at a time, unfortunately.
Well, you know, like I went to a gay bar years ago because I had a friend of mine who was a lesbian, and I was a designated driver. So I'd go to the bar and I'd be drinking like O'Doul's or whatever. And I remember I had to go to the bathroom and take a shit one day, and I fucking opened up a stall door because I saw a paper bag. That's all I saw was a big paper bag, right? I opened up that fucking door. There was a guy sitting on the toilet sucking another dude's dick who was standing in a paper bag. I'm like, okay, guys. I said, I'm not going to do this. I went down the street and used the fucking restaurant bathroom or whatever, but it was fucking horrendous.
I found out last week I was a lesbian.
Yep. Actually, I knew I was a lesbian trapped in a man's body for a long time.
As soon as I heard the definition of it, I knew it was me.
Man, I met two lesbians on the bus a couple months ago, you know, when my car was getting repaired before I got the new car. And this one walked up to me and she's like, wow, she goes, you stare a lot. I'm like, I can't help it. I've never seen two beautiful lesbians on the bus before. And she's like, you want to come over and smell my girlfriend's pussy? I'm like, sure. So I took like 5 steps forward. She opened her mouth and she goes, ah.
Made you jealous, huh?
I was jealous.
I tell you what, down in Florida, there I was really good friends with 2 lesbians down there. Them girls were fucking drop dead gorgeous, and I always told them it was a damn shame that they devoted themselves to being that way, because any man in the world would be happy to be with both of them.
Yep.
Yeah, they were fucking gorgeous women. One had long red hair all the way down to her knees. The other one had some pretty long hair down that was brown, and they were just gorgeous from the top of their head to the bottom.
You know the last sound a pubic hair makes before it hits the ground, right? Puh!
Yes. As you spit it out from between your teeth.
Mm-hmm. Well, in my case, I spit it out between my gums because I have no teeth, remember?
I was going to say, if you got teeth, if you don't, then we just cough up hairballs and it still goes, ha! Then.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we can't help you if something happens. No choking.
No choking.
Yeah, I'm eating a burrito from last night. You guys are making me fucking laugh.
You want to laugh? Look at that. That's how I knew I was a lesbian.
What am I looking at?
In the chat.
Oh. Not coming.
It's in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, it hasn't come up on.
Here.
I'm blind as a bat. I can't see shit.
Okay.
Let me see if I can.
I still don't see you. Did YouTube censor you, Brian? Because I know you ain't blocked. Because I don't see anything you said in the chat.
I put it in the private chat on StreamYards, and I put it in your. Yeah, it's in your chat.
I see it in the private chat now.
Yeah, I put it in the YouTube chat.
Okay. I didn't see it in the YouTube. Honestly, I don't. I think you got censored.
I'll go to chat. Hang on.
Well, I don't have a wrench, so that might be why.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, say hello in chat real quick.
Hello.
Type hello in chat.
Oh, well, you wanted me to do it in Braille?
Yes, that works. There we go. Now, guess what? Now you got a freaking ring. How's
Wait.
that?
There we go. Try that now. Still didn't turn to a link.
No, it didn't. It's messed up.
Let
It
me
showed
go
up
right
in
to
the.
Let me go right to the page because
Yeah,
it seems to do that when you're on a page within a page.
mm,
You haven't clicked on the page. It's the one right before where it gives you the results.
mm.
And then let's see if this is the same link. I know that's what it is. It's like when you get on tokens, when you put somebody else's link to their PayPal or something, it has all that crap connected.
Right.
See if it should be the same link. There you go. Try that one. That's what it
All
is.
right. Yeah, it showed up in the private chat. That's for sure. I see it. I will look them up.
Here we go. Now that's how I knew for sure. Just like this cowboy's explaining.
Oh, there it is. Now it came in.
If you guys haven't seen that, you're missing out. That is funny as hell.
All right. I'm definitely going to watch that. Oh, man. Uh-oh, Salty Ranch fell out.
It's a video to how I discovered I was a lesbian.
The lesbian, uh, the definition of the lesbian by cowboy, huh?
She walks in and asks him, "Are you a cowboy?"
You cowboy.
Got a hat and yeah. And then he asks her something and she starts explaining. Yeah, you got to watch it. I don't want to ruin it for you.
Right. Okay.
You can play it up on the screen there or whatever. I don't care. Share your screen.
Yeah, let's see if I can get that up there. Play that real quick. Okay. Like that. I got to be careful because a lot of times I hit the wrong thing and I exit myself out of my own screen.
That's okay. Just don't have the auto porn easy button so close to the. Otherwise, you may get censored.
Yes. Yes.
I have two files on my desktop. It says bad porn, and it says good porn, 6 terabytes, and it's like a honeypot. Leave that there to just see who jacks with it.
Right. Let's see here. Let's go to there, and then there we go, and share audio and share. There we go, and then let me go play. Let me get and then go.
Excuse me. Are you a real cowboy?
Well, I spent my whole life on a ranch, mending fences, herding cows, breaking horses. So, well, yeah, I guess I am a real cowboy. Excuse me. Now you know what I am. What are you?
Well, I've never mended a fence. I've never broken a horse, and I've never been on a ranch. So I'm not a cowboy. But I am a lesbian. I love kissing women's soft lips and running my hand over the curve of their breasts and hard nipple. And I love the smell of it and the taste of it. It's all I can do. all day long. I love it. See you, cowboy.
Excuse me. We were just wondering, are you a real cowboy?
Well, Sonny, I thought I was. I just found out I'm a lesbian. Check, please.
Every fucking time I go look at the chat, I get bounced.
Oh, damn, that was funny.
I just found out that myself a couple weeks ago.
Yep, I agree. I am definitely the definition of a lesbian.
Well, I couldn't call myself anything else. If that's what the definition is, I'm guilty.
Oh, shit. That was great. Thank you for having me play that, Brian. That was freaking awesome, man.
That'll sure make the ratings of this video climb.
Just to watch that one video, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or get the link to it, one of the two, right?
Yep.
Well, they're not going to rely on my personality.
That's about like when I walked up to a buddy of mine, dared me to go up to this lesbian at a bar and ask her if she was a lesbian. I said, so I did, you know. I said, are you a lesbian? She said, yep, I love eating pussy and I'm damn proud of it. I said, good, at least we got something in common.
Maybe she could hook you up.
Yep. But actually, she did hook me up with one of her girlfriends for about a week. We were together for about a week.
Yeah, that's about right.
And that was it. I was done. You know, she was done. We went on about our merry business. But it was fun for a week.
I just mean you run out of gas after about a week, so.
Not me. Shit. Fuck, what are you talking about? I ain't that old yet, Brian.
Well,
I ain't that old yet either, but I've been with my wife for so long. She's like my sister.
Dear penis.
Did you ever hear that? Did you ever hear that old man on the fucking AGT? I forget his name, but he did a penis song thing. He was on America's Got Talent.
You don't like me anymore?
No. Here, I'll find him. That shit was fucking hilarious. Let's see here.
America's Got Talent. That has Howard Stern on it, right?
Now it does. No, yeah, now it does. I don't think he was on it that time.
Maybe he can join us after a while. Give him a call and see if he'll come over.
There he is. His name's Ray Jessel. Dude was freaking awesome. Okay. All right, now let me get over here.
Wish I was tech savvy like that. One of these days, I'm going to have a 6-year-old come over and hook up my video camera from my computer.
There you go.
It's a built-in on the laptop, but I still ain't installed it.
Now let me get it all past this. There we go.
Einstein.
Yeah, he does look a lot like you, don't he?
I've got plenty to share. 84. I'm 84.
Wow.
84.
4 X's, it's got to be a dirty show.
I've never performed before judges before. I've appeared before judges before.
What will you be doing for us today?
A song I've written.
Can't wait to hear it.
All righty.
Thank you.
Y'all go crack up when you hear this song, guys. I'm telling you.
What am I doing wrong here? Oh. Thank you, sir. Very good. That's wonderful.
Part of his act.
And for my second song, I'd like to. I met this girl, and she's just great. This girl I just adore. The problem is, she has much more than I had bargained for. She's got that style, she's got that smile, she's got the walk, she's got the talk, she's got that zing. There's just one thing, she's got a penis.
I love it.
She's got that flair, knows what to wear. She's got that face, that girlish grace. She's got pizzazz, too bad she has a penis.
I love it.
Now there's always some failure, always some flaw. Ain't that what they call Murphy's Law? But male genitalia, that's where I draw the line. Besides, hers is bigger than mine. My mess, 'cause under that dress, she's got a P-E-N-I-S. Yes.
That shit, when I heard that old man, I watched that episode when he did that.
Well, that's one thing that'll intimidate the hell out of me.
What, an audience?
Well, no, there's some places I just don't go.
When I watched that and I about fell on the fucking floor when he came off.
All the judges liked it, so.
Yep. Oh, he actually made it into the top 10 on that America's Got Talent, as a matter of fact. So that old man was very popular. But you see this 84-year-old man, he's just shuffling around, and then he comes up with a song like that, man. That shit's fucking hilarious. I don't care.
Maybe I can dedicate that song to Furry.
Mm-hmm. There you go. That's a good song to dedicate to Furry. That's it. That shit was fucking hilarious. And no, I'm not talking bad about Furry. I love Furry to death.
Yeah, I want to be the guy that takes the last of her virginities when she crosses over.
Who's Furry?
I'm gonna have to fight Rick Rude to the death.
Yep.
You know, I met Furry a long time ago when I was the OG blind justice auditor.
Oh,
I even did a couple cop watches with her and Johnny 5-0.
Oh wow.
In fact, we were in an El Pollo Loco, and I was so mesmerized by Furry at the time. I'm like, wow. I said, you're the perfect girlfriend. And she looked at me and she's like, why? I said, well, I said, you don't swell, you don't tell, and you're grateful as hell.
I can't think of who Furry is right offhand.
Furry Potato.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with the gerbil thing with the
100,000
butter on it.
Subscribers.
Bitch.
Yeah. Yep.
I know who Furry is. How do you not know who Furry is?
Right. Furry Potato's freaking awesome. I've never had a problem with Furry Potato. She's a good person.
I did when she got shot. I had a big problem with that. I was about ready to make a call to the police station.
You didn't have a problem with her. You had a problem with the person.
I had a problem with her getting shot.
Yeah, but not with
Israeli.
Yeah, but not with her. You had a problem with the person that did the shooting.
Well, of course.
Right. Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about.
If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have had the problem.
Well, yeah, that's true. You're right.
I had a problem with her mods. They blocked me years ago, so.
I ain't been blocking furries ever, I don't think.
I usually don't get blocked. Not
Oh,
too
I
much.
get blocked. I've been blocked from a few channels.
I get blocked everywhere I go. I don't know what it is. It must be a stigma about me.
Last time I seen that frog on the screen, I don't know what happened. I was doing a Kermit the Frog imitation, and
Yep, that was over at Jen's.
I'm like, what the hell just happened? Everybody was laughing. We were having a good old time. Then turned to shit real quick.
Don't blame the frog.
Well, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been making the sound.
You know, NorCal Public Watch thinks he's going to pay me a small fee to take Kermit away from me. I'm like, nope.
Yep. NorCal wants to get Kermit high though.
He can get him high, but he doesn't really smoke weed because, you know, he's attached to my forearm. I don't smoke weed.
Yep.
But man, he rubs he rubs a mean one out right there with Rosie.
Well, and with lips like that, what, would you expect anything less?
Look at his fucking fingers. God damn.
Does he give good reach arounds too, Salty?
Mm-hmm.
Well, water off a duck's back, or I mean a frog's tight plate.
Yeah, those fucking long fingers give great reach arounds.
I love when First Observer comes in and she puts up her female frog. That one's fucking hilarious. That shit's
Is a frog's
hilarious.
ass watertight?
Yeah.
I guess Salty would know.
Man,
Well, it used to be.
I was going to say
It's an old puppet.
there was one video he did with where it showed Kermit did not have a watertight ass no more.
no. You know, I gotta start doing my Rosie videos again. That shit was hilarious.
Oh my god, I love Rosie. That shit is fucking hilarious when you do that shit. Oh my god.
I did a Rosie video a while ago where I had put my hand in my pants and then I unzipped the zipper and Rosie was coming out of my pants looking at me.
Yeah.
That was a great video.
What is Rosie?
Rosie Red Palmer and her 5 sisters.
Okay.
Come on, man. You got to know what Rosie is. Everyone's got a Rosie.
Well, I was thinking Rosie was a puppet.
She's a puppet, all right.
Yep.
She fucking took me in the bathroom like a truck driver took on fucking 20 guys.
She's a character, huh?
Horrible.
And every once in a while, he also has a guest star named Pamela Henderson.
Pamela Henderson and Rosie Palm.
Yep.
Sometimes they sword fight with hot dogs.
Yep.
I'll have to check out some reruns on X Hamster.
Right before my boss lost the contract in the cemetery, I was at work one night, and I did a video on the Salty Rant, and Rosie showed up. And it was so fucked up. Like, I had a hot dog and everything, you know, and we went through that whole, you know, rigmarole with the hot dog. And I thought about something after I did the video. What if I had an emergency and the cops came because sometimes the building alarms were going off because, you know, it was an old system and shit? How the fuck would I explain being on video in the cemetery, making a live stream on, you know, during work hours where you're only looking at my hand with a hot dog in it? I'm like, that just wouldn't go over too well.
Sounds like the last time I had a sword fight, I was talking to my future ex-wife, her husband, and as he was explaining to me how I needed to get the fuck out of there.
I don't know. Thankfully, no, nothing happened. But that would have been a fucked up. I'm like, I wouldn't even know. I just had to put my hand in my pocket. Hope the cops didn't want to search me down and shit. You know, I remember sitting at the cemetery one night, and I seen a guy run across the cemetery, right? And I seen all these fucking red and blues and police helicopter and everything, and guys running across the cemetery. And I was listening on my skin. I'm like, oh shit, we had a robbery at the bank right across the way. So I opened up the gates, and like 20 fucking cop cars come streaming in, high speed, lights and sirens, you know. just waving them in and shit. And the guy jumped the wall into somebody's backyard. And as he was running out the backyard, the cops went around the fucking block and was waiting for him. They grabbed him. Kind of like kicking a hockey puck into a net. Ran right into their net. But I remember the canine guys and shit. I'm like, how'd you guys get over the wall? They were picking up their dogs and throwing them over the wall and then jumping the fence. They wanted this fucking guy bad. And they never got him. I mean, they got him after he left my property, but I had to write a big old incident report. And, you know, the cops are all like 2-man units in the cars, and they won't go too deep in the cemetery because it's dark. And I'm like, guys, I said, there's nothing here that's going to hurt you. How do you know? I'm here all the time. I used to take long walks in the cemetery by myself, walking on the fucking road and shit.
Are you sure that wasn't racial profiling because the hockey puck was black?
Well, the guy that robbed was black too, but, you know, I didn't say that. So you just fucking made me. Fucking racist.
Oh, damn. That's just funny.
There was another time when I came to work and cop was chasing a dude on foot, and the guy ran from the cop, and the cop swooped on him with his car and smacked him with the door and knocked him down. And the guy's face down on the ground, and he's all bleeding and shit. Cop's on him with his knee in the back of his neck, gun pointed at the back of his head, telling him, show me your fucking hands. Put your hands behind your back, or I'm going to blow a hole in the back of your head. I just rolled up. I'm like, oh, hey, what's up, officer? Just another day enforcing the laws, keeping all these good citizens safe. He looked at me. He's like, what? What did you say? I'm like, have a nice day, officer. And I drove off and shit because his adrenaline was pumping. Well, this guy said he needed help and he was trying to dial 911, but he was running in and out of traffic, acting all sketchy as fuck. Turns out he was high in fucking meth.
Sure he wasn't dialing 911 in Braille?
911 in Braille.
He didn't even have a cell phone on him. How the fuck's he gonna call 911?
Well, sign language.
Yeah.
He wasn't deaf. Excuse me. Anyway, I mean, like, I had comical times with the cops. You know, they got to know me after a while, but, you know, I was going to quit because I just gotten my armed gun license in 2015. And I told the fucking supervisor, the maintenance guy, I said, hey, you know, I told the maintenance supervisor, I'm going to be quitting. So what did this motherfucker do? He broke in after I went home, and he stole 30 gallons of diesel. It was like $250 worth of diesel that he took. Tried blaming it on me, and then his idea of blaming it on me was saying, oh, well, Lou wasn't doing his job. He was sitting up front, da-da-da-da-da. This is my theory. People were filling up 5-gallon buckets and putting them over the fence and, you know, filling up the truck or whatever. He's the only guy on property that had a Ford F-450 dually, 4x4, 4-wheel drive, you know, four-door club-type cab. They would hold that much gas. At the time, I was driving like a little Nissan and shit. And I'm like, really? Are you fucking kidding me? And so they asked me, and I had to go in the office and talk to the lady that ran the cemetery. And she knew I didn't do it. And I said, do you really want me to tell you what I think? I said, you don't really want me to tell you what I think. And she goes, you're going to tell me what you think, or I'm going to rip you a new asshole. All right, tell you what I think. It's an inside job. It's bullshit because the driveway in the back gate was so shallow, you couldn't put a full-size car, let alone a big truck like that back there, without the ass end hanging in the street. And it was a 4-lane street with an emergency lane in the middle. So basically a 5-lane road. Couldn't do it. And I said, this whole business about taking the 5-gallon buckets, filling them up, I said, you would have had to use 35-gallon buckets. There's no way anyone could be at that back gate without being seen by the neighbors who live across the street, who watch the cemetery and routinely call when they see strange shit going on. So basically what the guy did is he broke the lock. He cut it with a bolt cutter and then left it hanging like it was locked. after he came in and stole the gas from the diesel side of the fuel pumps, because we had unleaded fuel, unleaded gas, and then we had diesel. He only went for the diesel. And so after I said that, this guy was super afraid of me. He was always trying to get people in trouble. He was always trying to blame shit on people. When his wife wouldn't give him a blowjob or any sex, he would come in the shop and beat up the fucking equipment with his bare hand, and then the equipment wouldn't work or run and be all fucked up. And then the guys didn't have what they needed to do their job to, dig the holes or stamp down the ground or pull the grass up, to do whatever they need to do for their cemetery duties when they're digging holes for like funerals and shit. I mean, it was a mess. This guy was a real piece of work.
Sound like DDT.
He made DDT look like a little fucking schoolgirl.
Oh, I forgot what I was going to say for the other thing. Oh, Shardy McShardy in the chat.
Oh, Shardy McStucken. I like him. He's cool.
He was talking about being repulsed by the shit stories, and then his name is Shardy.
Yeah, I mean, at least he's not riding around in somebody's tidy whities, right?
Thanks, Rat Rod.
Yeah, we can't mess with Betsy too much right now. She's doing work on my dating site, and I'm so small that she's having troubles trying to make that park look good.
Photoshop it, Betsy.
You want a picture of me? Just to kind of superimpose. I'm built like a bull gerbil.
Well, I do believe that guys should try to manscape whenever possible for their women, or if you're gonna, get a potential woman. There's nothing better than having a clean pair of shaved nuts. Women appreciate guys that manscape. I manscape all the time. I mean, I use fucking razors, fucking wax, fucking electrical fucking hair trimmers. I mean, I manscape all the time. And my wife's like, hey, she goes, what are you doing? Getting ready for a date? I'm like, yeah, your mom asked me out to the movies. I said, I just wanted to manscape real quick.
Well, I used to until that accident with the loppers.
Yeah. I told my wife when we first got together, because her aunt lives with us, and I'd seen her aunt when I, first met my wife in 2003, and we didn't get married till like 2005. Her aunt was a good-looking woman. I mean, I would have got down and dirty and shagged the shit out of it. I'm glad I never did, because now, looking at her, it's just fucking scary. I mean, she's changed so much in 17 years.
So, Brian, are you saying you got confused between your private and your pubes, and you accidentally lopped some of it off?
Well, the bush hog was a little extreme, but I thought I could be careful.
Yeah, I was told the other night I graduated to a 3 centimeter Peter, and I finally realized I wasn't pissing out of pubic hair. That shit was funny.
I'm so small that when I was with my wife the first time, I was laying back smoking a cigarette, and she's like, are you done yet? Are you done yet? I said, baby, I've been done for 2 hours. I already gone through a whole pack of cigarettes. I feel like the mouse trying to fuck the elephant.
The mouse fucking the elephant. Damn.
I always say we should eat better, and
all right, I got a joke for you guys. I don't want anybody to take offense. I like gay people just like everybody else. Some of my best friends are gay. I'm sorry, Brian. I didn't mean to bring out your secrets. Anyway.
It's okay. Once that G-string got caught on my tooth, and I got that rope burn, and his legs was kicking me in the damn mouth, I got to get some dental work done.
So these 2 gay guys went to the grocery store, and they bought all kinds of fruit and, vegetables and everything, and one says to his over, he goes, "Hey, I got an idea. Let's play a game." He's like, and the more manly of the two is like, "All right, well, what do you want to do?" He goes, "Well, I'll lay here, and you put something up my butt, and I'll try to guess what it is." So the more butch of the two gay guys gets up, goes in the fridge, starts rooting around, gets this big fucking cucumber. I mean, it's massive. Puts it in his boyfriend's butt. He goes, "What's this?" He goes, "Ooh, it's so hard and cold and big. It's a cucumber." He's like, "God damn it." He goes, "You're peeking." Puts a blindfold on, goes in and gets a Chiquita banana, plops it in his boyfriend's butt. "What's this?" "Ooh, it's so hard and cold and it's got a curve. I think it's a big Chiquita banana." He goes, "You motherfucker." So he goes in the bathroom and he grabs that thing. Fuck. What do you call it, Tammy? It's got the fucking handle on it and the rubber around the bottom, and you
Ain't
use
got
it.
a clue. Ain't got a clue, bud. Ain't got a
Right,
clue.
you know what it is.
Toothbrush?
Nah. Ask some people in chat.
Plunger.
Oh, you played the game before. God damn.
Yeah, I always win.
You always win. I know that joke. That's why I was going to answer you, buddy.
I had to, or it wouldn't have worked.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the first person in chat would have gotten it. I'm like, "Oh, you played the game before?"
Yep. Oh shit, that's funny.
Hey, do you know why the Dallas Cowboys hired 2 nuns and a hooker?
Okay.
They wanted 2 tight ends and a wide receiver.
That's funny. That's funny.
Guy walks into a hotel right around 1 o'clock in the morning, storming outside. He's all wet. He's got this big long trench coat on. He throws 3 nails up on the counter, and the clerk looks at him and goes, "What the fuck?" The guy's looking at him and goes, "Hey," he goes, "I was wondering if you could put me up for the night." Who had 3 nails and got put up for the night?
Oh God.
On man. It was funny in SNS's live stream.
Delayed reaction.
It was a delayed reaction.
Next time I'll tell the joke without chewing the back on my mouth so you can understand what I'm saying.
Is that the tobacco? Thought that midget ran away again. Have to check the box and see if he's still in there.
That's funny.
I mean, every joke I was telling SNS tonight, he fucking knew. I'm like, son of a bitch, it wasn't even funny.
I was going down to Whole Foods to get some water, 5 gallons of water, and the golf course. I know I'd seen what I seen. I saw a 2-tailed elephant, and he was starting to pull cabbage out. I can't tell you what he was doing with the cabbage, but I'm not too good on salad no more.
Damn it. That choked me up there. That was funny. That was funny.
I got a question for you. Why do Hispanic people have lowriders so low to the ground when they drive?
Why?
So they can reach out and pick a head of cabbage.
Pick a head of cabbage? Oh my God.
Why do Mexicans have small steering wheels on their cars?
Why?
So they can drive when handcuffed. And do you know why people in Mexican don't normally have kids together? Because they'd be too lazy to steal.
There you go.
I'm just sinking down in depravity right now.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Don't stop me. I'm on a roll.
Y'all want to hear? Y'all want to hear a clean joke?
When I'm on
No.
a roll.
Huh?
No, but I know you're going to tell me anyway.
A kid took a bath. You want to hear a dirty joke?
You fell in the mud.
Yep, he fell in the mud. I know that's older than my great grandma's buckskin condom, and probably been used as much as the condom itself.
I was thinking the last time
What's
I was
that thing that German people get on the tops of their boots that they can't get out?
Do what?
What's that thing German people get on the tops of their boots that they can't get out? Nazis.
Oh my God. Nazis. That's funny. Well, I got a freaking echo going on. Sounds like.
A buddy of mine went to a whorehouse, right? He went down on a hooker because he, wanted to perform oral sex on a hooker. I told him, not a good idea, bro. He goes, no, don't worry about it. I got this. I'm a pro. I've been eating pussy since I was like 8. Like, whatever. So he goes and he performs oral sex on the prostitute. A little while into it, he pulls out some fucking lettuce that's all wilted. He's like, what the fuck? Throws it over his shoulder. A little while later after that, he pulls out some cucumbers and a carrot. And he looks up at her and goes, God damn, baby, were you sick? And she goes, no, baby, that was the man before you. He puked his guts out.
That's funny.
I'm going to be looking out the windows all night for guided missiles from Mexico and Germany.
Guided missiles from Mexico and Germany. Right. Here's Rat Rod to your joke there. Laughing my ass off, but puke.
I don't know what the box means, but okay.
The box?
Box?
Yeah, there was a my ass off, and there was like a box afterwards.
No, that's 3 emojis, or 4 emojis.
Yeah, it's 4 emojis of something puking, of a guy puking.
Oh, okay, I got you.
That's why they're switching to 5G, because it's a different generation of way of communicating, and you don't get those emojis when you don't update your stuff.
Oh. Well, then I guess I won't never have them emojis because I don't want 5G.
You probably have it now.
Yeah, I hear 5G is really bad.
Well, that's 5th generation communications. Like 4G was 4th generation.
Right.
5th generation LTE.
I'm still running Windows in my computer. Windows 7, actually.
Yeah, you're going to have to upgrade pretty soon or you're going to get annoyed.
Yep.
Pretty soon I'll have to upgrade to like Windows 10 and shit.
Yeah, this computer came with it already installed, so.
I'll just upgrade to Kali Linux.
I can't. It's a laptop.
You can upgrade to Kali Linux any way you want. Do it on a thumb drive.
I need to get a new laptop, but I don't want to spend $500. I'd like to get a nice Alienware laptop and a laptop stand and mobile hotspot on the roof of my car, so I can, live stream with you guys and not have to worry about killing the battery on my phone every time we do it.
Right. I used to have an Alienware, and then someone broke into my house and freaking stole it. I was so pissed. The 2 things they stole out of my house that day. I had you've heard of Magic the Gathering, right? That card game we used to play. I used to have over 18,000 cards for Magic the Gathering, and some of them were high dollar cards. If you go to sell them, right? They stole my Magic the Gathering cards and they stole my Alienware laptop.
Damn.
The only 2 things they stole out of my house.
Somebody knew you had that.
Yep. I know who it was. They got their ass whooped for it, but that's the best I can do. The stuff is long gone.
Usually is.
I usually just tell people when they come over, if you steal from me, I'm going to go to jail.
Right. Well, he found out that I didn't go to jail, and I just found him and whooped his ass.
No, I'll go to jail. I know I will. It seems to keep the theft down.
Yep.
Because they know that I'm pretty accurate in my assumptions.
Well, that's about like down in Florida. I had a buddy. He said, "You come on my property, you steal. Expect to be dealt with with a 12 gauge shotgun and a 9mm pistol."
But that one guy, he bled for 3 days.
There you go.
I didn't go to jail, but I think I got my point across.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you did.
I'm a nice guy. To a point.
Hey, I understand where you're coming from, Brian. I do. I understand where you're coming from.
I don't like liars. I don't like thieves.
Yeah. I don't like liars. I don't like thieves, and I don't like those Discord bag of dicks trolls. Sorry.
Well,
husbands are hard for me too.
Husbands are hard too.
Boyfriends aren't so bad, but the husbands, they always get in the way.
Yep. I got ran out through a window one night.
Well, you didn't have a very good relationship with him, did you?
He didn't like me none at all being in his house.
You have to work on your relationship skills.
Yep. He ran me out that window quick.
Like that one lady, she was always screaming and yelling at me. Give me back my purse.
Give me back my purse.
Well, some people are touchy about things like that.
Yep. They are. Some are. Give me back my purse. There's these three guys that walk into a whorehouse, right? And they all wanted a blowjob. Well, the madam said, "Well, I only got one woman for that does that, so you're going to have to share." They said, okay, no problem. First guy goes up the stairs, and he comes down about 15 minutes later, got a big old grin across his face, and they said, "How was it?" He said, "It was great. She put whipped cream on it and did her thing." I'm like, hey, the second guy runs up there, he goes, he literally runs up the stairs. He comes back about a half hour later. He says, his friend says, "How was it? How was it?" He said, "Oh, it was great. She put whipped cream and sprinkle on it, and she did her thing." The third guy, he's tripping over himself trying to get up there, right? And then they start hearing slam, bang, boom, boom, bang, slam. And he comes out the door, and he's got a black eye, busted lip. And they said, "What the hell? What happened up there?" He said, "Man, she put ice cream, whipped cream, sprinkles, and cherry on top." He said, "Man, it looked so good, I had to eat it myself."
Oh. That's a long walk to the bathroom.
Damn. Little Johnny got poison ivy around his privates the day before school, right? He goes up to his dad and says, "What happens if it starts itching in class?" He says, "Well, I don't care. Scratch it." Well, he's in class the next day. It starts itching. He starts scratching. And he's almost to the point of enjoying himself scratching it so much. And the teacher looks back and says, "Little Johnny, we don't do things like that in class." He said, "But my daddy said I could." She said, "Little Johnny, we don't do things like that in class." He said, "But my daddy said I could." She said, little Johnny, we don't do things like that in class. You go down to the principal's office and you see what the principal wants you to do. Well, he comes back about 20 minutes later and he's got it hanging out. And the teacher looks at him and said, little Johnny, surely the principal didn't tell you to do that. He said, yes, he did. He said, if I could stick it out for the rest of the day, I'd be all right. I love little Johnny joke. They're fun.
I got a little Johnny joke, but it's racist.
I know a ton of blonde jokes. And what's funny was a friend of mine told me all the blonde, most of the blonde jokes I know, and he blonde hair, blue eyes, and fucking made fun of himself all the time. You know, I think he made up probably half them fucking jokes that I heard.
What do blondes put behind their ears to make themselves more attractive to men?
What's that?
Their ankles.
Yep.
That's the first thing I check.
What's a blonde's what's a blonde's mating call?
I don't know.
Do what?
I don't know what.
A blonde's mating call. Damn, I'm drunk.
Huh. What color eyes did Kristen McAuliffe have? Blue. One blue this way, one blue that way.
Oh.
You know why Kristen McAuliffe didn't wash her hair before going up in the space shuttle? Because her head and shoulders washed up on the beach.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That was bad. That was bad.
Only if you believe that she was dead.
Some people don't believe she's dead.
I said that's only bad if you think she's dead.
Right.
She's not. None of them are on there. Nobody ever was. You ever notice that the space shuttle takes off and then it curves?
Mm-hmm.
You don't get straight away from the Earth by going at an angle. Yeah. All the people that were on the space shuttle have been found working.
Really? Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, all the people on the space shuttle were found what?
Working. Except for one passed away, I believe.
What do you mean working?
Look it up.
They never died?
No. They were never on there.
Really?
That's true.
You're talking about the Challenger disaster, right? From '86?
Yeah, I remember that just like yesterday.
Same here. I remember we had to watch it in school.
So they were all found working. They never went in the space shuttle?
That's correct. Well, they go
What
up
the
there,
fuck?
They lock them in, and then they go out the back and get on the elevator. It's just a money thing. They do it so you'll be giving billions of dollars, trillions of dollars to a space program that don't exist.
So are you saying we never went to the moon?
Saying we might have tried. How are you going to get to something when you can't leave our atmosphere? Nothing has ever broke our atmosphere.
So if that's the case, and we never went to the moon, and all those space shuttles and all that shit is all fake, well, then the Earth must be flat, right?
Well, tell me something. If I'm supposed to be an expert in communications, how come they never taught me about connecting to satellites?
So we don't have any satellites either.
I think we have something, but I don't think it's satellites. I think it is like hot air balloons, because NASA is the largest consumer of helium.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So is the world round like we were taught to believe, or not?
It's round and flat. The world is, you might want to look at the Bible. Bible seems to be the most accurate thing that we have. I know it sounds kind of hokey, but I've done a lot of research. I've done a lot of studying. You don't see an airplane pushing down on the stick when he's flying, you know, to keep from flying away from Earth. If you're moving your hand around a basketball, you know, if you're going in a straight line, you got to push the stick down once in a while or you're going to be climbing away from the Earth. But no pilot pushes down on the stick. If the world was spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, wouldn't the water collect at the equator?
I don't know. I don't know about science
Hey,
like you do.
okay, you're not a scientific guy. You know anything about cars?
A little bit.
If you vacuum out your air conditioner under vacuum, the water boils, right?
Yeah.
If space was a vacuum, why do we have water on Earth?
Because we got gravity.
Now that doesn't make any sense. Now, come on. If you we got gravity here and we vacuum out our radiator and it boils, takes all the water out. But in space we have a vacuum and it doesn't do anything to the water on Earth. It would boil the water on Earth if it was a vacuum. Think about that.
That's crazy.
If you went up to space in a space suit that was airtight, you'd blow up like a marshmallow. If that was accurate. Does that make sense? I mean, these are logical assumptions. I mean, these are well thought out.
So we don't have a space station floating around space, is what you're telling me.
Well, you know, our movie, our Hollywood, our graphics, CG, everything that we got going on. Would you do something for $1 trillion?
Yeah.
If you got a movie
Who
set?
wouldn't?
You know what I mean? You know, so it's, there is nothing that has proven the Earth to be round. And we don't have any proof that it's flat. But if you just look at, like, just a couple things that I said, even lasers, you can point a laser. I got a laser that'll shine 15 miles. And it doesn't bend around Earth, but it doesn't raise the level away from Earth either. So there's something wrong with that. And if I'm supposed to be an expert in communications, 6 in the nation, why wouldn't they teach me how to connect to a satellite?
Maybe your pay grade wasn't high enough.
You think? I put the blades.
I don't know.
I put the blades in the PBX server so you could have in-flight communications on your airplanes. Those are $250,000 computers. I think I would have some kind of satellite, you know, just some kind of an idea. Not just, okay, you do it like this and you got to be careful of the vacuum or you're going to burn up trying to, you know, you're not going to be
Okay,
working
well
on
then,
it, obviously. But
if the Challenger disaster never happened, what about that one that came down over Texas and blew apart in pieces and killed everybody on board?
what was it?
There was another shuttle, the second shuttle disaster.
So, what was it? It was a shuttle.
Mm-hmm.
Why was it coming this way?
Because they were coming back to the land and some of the tiles got blown off in space, allegedly.
And they burned up?
Yeah.
Yeah, they burned up and they exploded.
Did it break apart coming off of the plane that was dropping it off? You know what I'm saying? If you look at the back of the shuttle, the difference between the ones that take off and the ones that land, they have holes in the jets at the back. There's air ducts. And if you did that on a shuttle that was taking off, it would be blowing flames out the side of the engine. But for some reason, they have air holes on the side. And you can't have that. I mean, there's just too many anomalies that say, no, you ain't fooling me.
Right.
So do you think they had astronauts in that second shuttle that blew up, like, blew apart, or no?
I have to look at it and see what you're talking about, but the main ones that I was concerned about, if something bothers me, I look into it, and I don't stop until I'm convinced, and I'll look at all the bullshit. I have to look at flat earth, and I have to look at round earth, and I have to weigh everything possible in between. And everything that I have discovered leads to the Bible being correct, with a round earth it's not flat, but it's round and flat, like a dinner plate. And if the water isn't moving, you set a cup of coffee on the table and it don't move to the side of the cup, there's something wrong, because there should be enough gravity. Even the slightest bit would make a difference in level. And all the water on Earth would collect at the equator if it was spinning. I mean, water's going to find the lowest place and take the path of least resistance.
Right.
So you're not going to tell me that the vacuum in space is not going to do its job like it does here on Earth, and we're going to have water on Earth, but we're surrounded by an infinite vacuum. All the water on Earth would boil instantly.
Right.
The blood in your body would boil instantly. It's just, there's things like that you can't lie your way out of it, but if you haven't thought of it, it wouldn't even be a concept. But now that I've instilled that into your head, have you thought about what I just said?
Never thought about it in your way. No.
Huh?
I never thought about it your way. No.
Well, I mean, I have a scientific, logical way of calling bullshit. And who stands to benefit the most? If you believe in something, if you're scared of a war, you're going to give your money for somebody to protect you. But what if all the tanks and airplanes and everything was just one nation that transports those vehicles from one country to another and changes the paint scheme? So there is no military weaponry, no real wars going on. They were just protecting opium, poppy plants. You don't really need much for that, but you got to have a belief. So you go blow some shit up. You go drop a big old bomb. You go make some noise, and you start scaring people into giving you your money. You look at Iran. You look at Iran right now. They get on there and say, no war with USA. The bullshit is in our offices. The people running their country, and we're over here saying the same thing, and they're not mad at us. Iran's not mad at the American people. They're mad at their governments for trying to play bullshit on us.
Yep.
So do you think that the planes that hit the buildings on 9/11 had people in them, or no?
There were no planes in 9/11.
Or what hit the World Trade Towers?
Nothing hit them. There was a laser. What you seen on TV? Listen, you had 12,000 people jumping out of the buildings, ripping their clothes off.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that would do that is microwaves. There was no fire. There was no explosions. There was nothing at the time these people were doing it. It was just getting started before the buildings collapsed, before the bottoms were blowed out. 1,200 people jumped out of the windows trying to get away from something. And they were ripping their clothes off because they didn't know what the hell was hitting them. There was like the Tesla death ray. Okay. Something like that. Something was microwaving them. Something happened to make them want to tear their clothes off and jump out the windows because they knew whatever it was doing was killing them, or they seen something that scared them to death that this was a better option. Jet fuel, no. Jet fuel does not blow up the basement and blow marble off the walls.
Then how can I explain what I saw on 9/11 where planes were hitting the buildings and blowing them up?
CGI. Why did they advertise it? Why did Britain have it on their news that it happened before it even happened?
He's got a point there.
Oh no, there's been a terrorist attack, and the it happens before it happens. You don't talk about the news before it happens. British television broadcasted the 9/11 attacks before they happened.
Yeah, almost an hour and a half to 2 hours before.
Well, Britain is on a different timetable than we are.
Yeah, I know. I think things happen in Britain faster than they happen here.
No.
They can teleport and tell us what's going to happen in the future because it already happened in Britain, right? They can put out the news that our Twin Towers fell before they fell here. And the time change is what causes that, right?
Wow, you got me blown up.
Well, that's the kind of shit. I found the planes in 9/11. They were sitting at the fucking airport.
And what happened to all the passengers?
Do you remember what I said before? I put the blades in the PBX server so you could have in-flight communications to the plane.
Yeah, but in 2001, we didn't have those in-flight communications. We didn't have technology.
That's right. You did not get a signal from a plane to be calling mom. Mom, this is your son. We're crashing. Whatever that kid said. It didn't work like that. You can't call from a Faraday cage with a telephone. I put the blades in 8 years later. So you could purchase an extra amount on your flight ticket so you could have your laptop or your cell phone communications. They talk to the ground, to the cell phone towers. If you were flying at 535 miles an hour, how often do you think you're going to hit a cell phone tower?
You're not.
You're never going to be connected. About every 10 seconds, you're going to be hitting a cell phone tower. There's just too many anomalies. This is the shit that I've been dealing with since 9/11, trying to wake people up. But I can't tell you this stuff with, one sitting because you got to eat an elephant one bite at a time. If somebody tries to poke this stuff at you, you're going to call me crazy because it's easier to say I'm crazy than to say that 327 million people are wrong. Believe me, Rat Rod, I had a lot of tinfoil hats on my desk, but I wasn't wrong.
Well, what hit the Pentagon? A cruise missile?
I believe so. That's what I saw in the video. They had to make the hole bigger. Why were they out there with Greyhound buses and tarps covering it up as soon as it happened? Why were the pillars at the bottom of the Twin Towers cut at a 45-degree angle on the support beams? That only aired once. Zombie Girl. My name is spelled Brian. I'm not crazy. I think you probably realize you're being monitored by the NSA and they capture your packets and your traffic. In 2010, when I found that, Edward Snowden came out 3.5 years later and said he found the CIA and the NSA was doing all this crap. Okay. I said that 3.5 years before that.
Let me ask you a question then. What do you think happened to Malaysian Air 370?
I know what happened to it.
What?
There is a secret air base that they took all those people that were working on the project for stealth technology and they took them to the that air base. Gosh, what's the name of that? It's out in the middle of the ocean. It's just out there by the...
Diego Garcia?
Yeah. There was a man on board the plane, and he got one picture time-stamped with his phone, and he said men are attacking him, dressed in black. They're capturing the plane, and that's the last known communication. And that picture was time-stamped with the location, latitude and longitude of the Diego Garcia Air Base.
So they killed everybody, basically.
I don't know if they killed him. They were very smart people. They were working on a special chip like the ones for the F-35s, Raptors. They created I would say it would have to be for the TR-3B more than anything. They said they had special chips that can't be duplicated for the F-35 warfighter planes that we got. And these guys were so smart that they came up with a chip that it helps with the cloaking technology. And the day that plane disappeared, the next day, I can't remember who it was, Rockefeller or somebody got the patent to that chip. And they just was celebrating on that flight. So they captured everybody that was designing that chip, disappeared on a plane that
so maybe they might have done like we did back in the day when we were stealing the German scientists and bringing them here and making it look like they were just killed.
Correct.
Okay.
What about
our government has done that in the past?
Then how do you explain the parts of the airplane washing up on that one island?
How many did you collect?
What was it called? Easter Island?
Well, how many did you collect?
I didn't collect any.
I didn't either.
I didn't collect shit.
But I collected a lot of information to show that they were still alive, and there was people saying they were alive, and they were being hijacked.
But how could they take a plane like that? What do they do? Disable the pilot and co-pilot, and radio control flight, or what?
You ever notice when a plane's over the ocean, you don't have any GPS? There's no ping signal sent from it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't fly over the ocean for a reason. And they can't track you with a black box over the ocean because there's no cell phone towers. Geolocation is done with cell phone towers.
But if they would have flown into Diego Garcia, you would have been able to track the plane.
How?
Cell phone towers.
You can't track the plane when you shut it off. You can turn that box off.
And you think the pilot did it willingly, or he was made to do it?
Hey, if you own the damn company, you can do anything you want. I believe that when I was watching James Holmes' father, the guy that was supposed to do the Batman movie theater shooting.
Yep.
When I was listening to the scanner, they said they had to break the window out to get him out of the car because he was catatonic. He's not responding.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody that's catatonic and not responding and had to be yanked out physically of a vehicle, blew off smoke bombs and shot people.
Right.
And you could see him sitting in court. He was almost a vegetable. And his attorney was one of the parents in Sandy Hook's.
Yep.
How does that happen?
Right. Well, here's one that'll blow your mind, and I caught this one. You remember the LAX shooting?
No.
Well, the LAX airport had a shooting back in the probably 90s or so. The first thing they did, they got on there and they started saying, "Oh my God, this guy attacked the LAX with a freaking assault rifle." The first thing they show is a damn shotgun. Okay, that was an assault rifle.
Right.
So, and I'm bitching about that, right? And then as I'm still watching the footage, now they shot and killed the guy that did the shooting in LAX, is what they were
Yeah,
saying.
that I remember.
And the guy literally sat up on the gurney and started talking to the fucking paramedics on a live feed. I watched it with my own two eyes. I started saying something about it on that news feed immediately. The dude's sitting up. He's supposed to be dead.
All right. Well, then I got one other thing. The Route 91 Harvest Festival. I do believe United Arab Emirates were involved. I do believe that their military had 3 to 4 McDonnell Douglas Little Bird helicopters with mounted machine guns firing down on the concert goers.
Sounds like Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was.
Well,
who could shut off their black box? Who could shut their ping off?
They also showed that on some of the angles of the way the bullets hit, it was impossible to shoot at that angle where he was at. I mean,
yeah, the windows for 32 135 were not broken out until the next morning.
Yep. And why did they immediately send a cleanup crew in there?
When I found that John Holmes' dad, Robert Holmes, worked for General Electric, and he was also he created the banking algorithm for the world's banking system. So he could tell you where every dollar went. Well, he was supposed to testify in that Lieber scandal the day after, but the day before, his son shoots up a movie theater. Mm-hmm. And that was to stop him from testifying against. What happened was the United States was sued by China, and they won. And China needed to have a tangible, fair trade, marketable, valued item for payment. They don't want their paper bullshit. They wanted gold, silver, things that can be traded on the open market. And the only way that the U.S. could pay them was what was in the trade centers. That's why the towers fell, so they could pay China for the debt that they had. And in the Lieber scandal, Robert Holmes' father could testify as to where all the money was going and whose pocket it ends up in. So when people tell you that all of your tax dollars that you spend, not a dime of it goes back into society. It goes into a dump truck, just the tax. The rest of the money, it goes to the merchants and everything that you're buying and trading and selling. But that tax money goes into a dump truck and goes over there and gets dumped into a bank account. And then they turn around with that bank account and buy silver and gold. And they strip mine your country from you. And about all we have left is our land and our bodies. And they steal those too, our parents, and then they try to steal your land. But all the tax money, it doesn't go back into society. All the money that runs our government comes from the Department of Justice. That's why you have so many people incarcerated in the United States. All the money that runs everything that you see comes from the Department of Justice. So you have to go to court. You have to get a fine. Doesn't matter if you're guilty or innocent. We're going to throw at you at least something. They'll take a plea, and you get fines and you go through the courts. And they've figured out a way to run our whole system self-governing, self-affording. It pays for itself. Plus, they're robbing us on the side. And people don't realize that. So we have nothing left except to wake up. And if we do not wake up, there probably won't be a lot left for the rest of the world. The United States is the only hope to fix this situation. The way you fix it is to fire the company that you hired for 19 essential services that has over 20, between 6 and 20,000 different government entities that are milking your money. That's where NASA comes in. That's where all these other, the money that they run this stuff with, they're not going to give you the tax money that they made off of you trading a dollar. Every time a dollar trades hands, it creates tax. That tax money is what they're putting in their banks at the high ups. And then they take that money and buy real things like gold and silver and platinum and things like that. And they move it out of the country. But they did it off of you purchasing things by using their currency. It needs to be backed by gold, and it's backed by nothing but a promise, a promissory note that they can falter on. And nobody's held accountable because it's a corporation. You can't be held liable for a corporation's debt, but they try to pin it on the American people.
Right.
We're $7 trillion in debt. No, we're not. You are. And we've paid our debt. We have paid for, if you don't pay your light bill or your gas bill, they come and shut it off. But if somebody else doesn't pay a bill, and now they've raised it $1.7 trillion more because they weren't making enough last year, we got to rob them a little bit more this year. You guys really, please need to wake up, because there's so much about life and the way everything works around you that you don't understand. And for you to call me crazy, for you to not comprehend what I'm telling you, it takes years and years of research to discover the things that lead you to believe this. It's not being so crazy that I could only think this way. It's because I've evaluated things to the
story.
Pardon?
You want to hear a crazy story? When I tried to tell people about that Route 91 Harvest shooting in a Discord server that I was a part of, I was ridiculed and made fun of and told that I was a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist fool. Stephen Paddock was a patsy. The gloves he was wearing were not the kind of gloves you would wear when shooting a weapon.
It's very hard to fool me.
You know those wool gloves that people put on like mittens? The ones that form-fit your hands? He had a pair of those on, and while he was, doing the breeches on the guns, that material could have got caught in the breech of the guns easily. There's no way the angle with which he was allegedly shooting out the window would have fucking penetrated people on the crown of their head going downward into their body. 52 victims of that shooting had wounds starting in the center of their head going downward through their body, according to the coroner's report. And because I brought it up, I was some conspiracy fucking nut job. And you want to talk about the ridicule? It made me feel really bad for even bringing it up.
I hid for 15 years with my daughter because I feared for her safety. When I told Trump about the wiretapping, it's called Kill Switch 303. That was October the 16th. And they had a Time Warner Cable claim that they had a backhoe hit a trunk line, knocked out all the communications in the United States. But I could ping Podunk, Kansas. My mother, I could log on her computer from here. And what that was switching all the servers to create a man on the side attack where you send out a request to Google for information and it goes out. But when it comes back, it goes through their cabinet and they give you the information that they want you to have. Google something right now and call me a fucking liar. Google anything right now and you tell me how many millions of pages there are for that, whatever you Googled, and you get what, 3 to 5 pages at the most? Because your information is suppressed so much, you've lost all those millions of opportunities in the world's largest library.
I remember before 9/11, you could Google something and you literally have like 500 pages come up on that one thing. Yeah, and now you get 4 or 5 pages on the same thing.
That's because you're only being allowed what they want you to have.
Mm-hmm. And I believe that. I believe you wholeheartedly on that. Because I remember
I don't
that.
lie. I hate liars and I hate thieves. And I want my kid and your kids to have a future. The only way I can do that is to debunk bullshit. If I'm the only guy that's capable of figuring this stuff out, I don't care. I can't believe it would be me. But I have found so much shit wrong with so many different things. And I've worn the tinfoil hat. But you guys are starting to feel the repercussions of the truth and starting to have more information and the facts are coming out. And you can't just always have the proof of something. You just got a gut feeling. But when you have enough gut feeling that you do enough research and you say, whoa, you gotta let somebody else do the work.
I'll tell you now, I try to listen to everybody because my grandpa used to be called a tinfoil hat. Okay, because he used to preach this was coming, what we're dealing with today. Yeah. He used to go to city halls. He used to go to freaking town hall meetings. You name it. He would set up a podium in the town square and freaking start preaching it. And he was called a tin hatter. Now look at what we're going through today. The same exact things he used to preach, we were heading toward.
Do you know what a tin hatter is? Do you know what a conspiracy theorist is?
Someone that's done their research and probably
a conspiracy theorist is also known as a realist.
Yep.
Somebody who deals in reality with real facts and truths. A conspiracy theory is not somebody who's crazy, but it's totally the opposite. It's just a name that the CIA creates to label you, to deter you from doing something. Because I walked into the FBI when they killed my dad, and we sat there while they ran their facial recognition shit. And then they come out and said I was the youngest and I'm the conspiracy theorist. Which they were absolutely right. Because I am the realist, and the facts that I gave them were true. And everything that I figured out, like your JP Morgan, the lending company licensing the social workers for your human services to kidnap our parents and do land grabs and bank accounts. They grab everything from you they can. And that's when they murdered my father, giving him 6 medications when he was taking 0 medications at the house. And I have him on video. When they captured him, put him in a assisted facility, they said he can come home anytime he wants. He can call anytime he likes. But as soon as we found him, his phone was locked. He couldn't call out. He wanted to come home, but they wouldn't let him leave. And they threatened us with calling the police and the social workers if we tried. So I did everything I could to help him. And same day I said, Dad, they're probably going to kill me for the shit that I found out. looking for you. Like they had their name on the fucking deed of our property a month before they picked him up. I found a lot of things that were wrong. And they killed him that night. And I could not get an autopsy. I could not get a independent autopsy. I could tell everybody I was supposed to tell. I have letters from the White House. I got 2 letters from the White House for my dad. I think I got one from the White House for Bao when he was incarcerated. But when I tell you something, it's not bullshit. You don't have to laugh at me and tell me I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy, but I'm not bullshit.
Well, who was your father anyway?
My father was my dad.
I know, but you're talking about stuff from the White House, so I'm trying to understand.
Well, he was an honest man. He was a firefighter. He worked for a machine shop, making Sidewinder missiles to barbecue grills. I mean, no big deal. Just an average man. But all of his bills were paid. And his house was worth $1.3 million in the middle of Cherry Creek here in Denver. And they were trying to get their land grab. They were trying to get the money from this property because we are the last house around. And they want to build a higher tax bracketed structure on this dirt. And they thought they were just going to steal it. They did it under the assumption or presumption, accusation of misuse of funds. But after we proved that every dollar was accounted for, we don't know where the justification was in that. They were told no warrant, no entry. Under distraction, they snuck in with an ambulance and took off with my dad. Never contacted one person in our family for over 5.5 months as we looked for him. When we found him, he wanted to come home. That's all he wanted, was to come home. I have a lot of videos and stuff on my channel. I have one with an Indian icon, and that explains how I'm trying to go after him. But I have to educate myself because I don't want to lose, and I want them to pay. What they did was wrong to my dad, and they need to pay. And their injuries resulted in death. And the punishment for them can be death. But I don't want to lose. And you see the corruption that we're fighting here in Denver.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you don't have to do anything wrong to be in jail. You don't have to do anything wrong to be in court. And if you go to court, it doesn't matter how much money you got, you can still lose. Because they're just going to twist everything.
That's like me, them making them false accusations on me. I was in jail for 7 days, and then I had to go to court for almost 5 months and do their bullshit game, you know.
Look at
All those
Honest
false
Citizen.
charges.
Look at Honest Citizen.
Yep, look at him
It
too.
does not get any more clear that he did nothing wrong. And yet he spent 2 months in jail. My dad was held captive for 5.5 months. That man never deserved anything, especially to be locked up and caged for 5.5 months. As they slowly poisoned him to death, trying to steal his property, my inheritance. I mean, they stole his bank accounts. They took everything except for what I'm sitting on. It just doesn't make any sense. This is why you have the homeless issue. Because the kids are heir to whatever their parents had. If they have money in the bank and they don't owe nobody, how do they end up broke after their parents pass away and on the street because they steal your stuff. They come into your life for no reason at all. They use the Adult Protective Services as a curtain to cover their tracks. We can't tell you nothing, and they're safe. And where's, you go to court and there's no record. You can't find people that are kidnapped by the system. There's no record of it, so you can give them all the names you want to, but they can't locate my father in court. The court cases never existed. You know what I'm saying? So it makes it really hard to have faith in a system that fails you so much. And that's repudiation. That's breach of contract. You failed me because my neighbors are greedy. They get money for this. They get lots of money for this. The judges, the attorneys, you don't send me one paper until my father is dead. Not one single thing in 5.5 months. Then when my dad dies, you send me a piece of paper? No resolution, no excuse, no accountability. But boy, did they have anything to lose? If they profited over $1 million, these people are nasty.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I want a banking company, a lending company, responsible for the health care of our elderly, and then accusing people that didn't do anything wrong of being guilty. They're breaking people down mentally. They steal your shit and throw you out on the street. That's the kind of people that are laughing at you. Rat Rod, laughing. What's her name? Laughing. You're a conspiracy theorist. No, I live this. It's not fake. And if it's too much for you to handle, sit back and enjoy the fucking ride.
Well, I could tell you another. It's not near as in depth as what you went through, but my grandpa had some land on the Merrimack River. Well, they said they're going to pass this hydroelectric dam. Going to get it on the river, build it on the river, and they started coming in and claiming eminent domain on all the properties around that would have been supposedly affected by the backup of the river. Okay. Well, my grandpa's property happened to be in that little land area that they said that it would affect. Well, they sat there and hem-hawed and bullshitted around that dam after they took my grandpa's land because my grandpa wasn't about to give up his land. He said, "This is bullshit." And they didn't give him a damn dime. They expected him to take an offer that was 3 times less than actual market value of the land. That's the offer that they gave him. So he absolutely refused it. So they came in with cops and a couple other agencies and told him to get the fuck off his land or you go to prison. Well, he got off his land. Now, 4 years later, they were still hem-hawing about it. Finally, 6 years later, they decided not to build the dam. And they sold the land for 13 times the amount the land was worth at the time. So
they keep offering lowball prices, but I've already sold the place.
Mm-hmm.
When my daughter graduates school in May, we're going to sell the property. I sold it for $1 million. And they keep offering 650, 700,000. And they say you can't get more than that for this dirt because what are they going to do with it? Well, next door, they built a duplex that's $900,000 for each side. That's $1.8 million. if they bought the property for $475,000 and they put up that structure, it probably didn't cost them $100,000 to build it. The rest is profit. And how many times is somebody going to foreclose on default because they can't afford it?
Mm-hmm.
They get you into these places and then they screw up the economy to where nobody makes any money and you can't pay your bills, so they sell it to somebody else and they just keep selling it and selling it. So it never gets bought by anybody. A few of them are bought out by well-to-do business owners or somebody that might work at Lockheed Martin or something as a manager for 10 years. One of my neighbors was. And, you know, those places are sold and purchased. But he has apartment buildings and stuff all over the place. So, yeah, he could afford to buy one. But the average person, you're going to spend $900,000 on a home that's half the property of this and say you still can't make a profit off of this for $1 million? It's worth $10 million if somebody wants it to be worth $10 million to them. You'll pay whatever you want. And if I want $1 million, I don't have to sell it for any less. But it's already sold. But it doesn't mean as much to me as my dad. But I'm not going to let somebody steal it from me either. And that's exactly what they were trying to do. Why would they have the name on the deed of the property a month before they picked him up?
Right.
What are you going to do with $1 million when you get it?
I'm going to invest in digging a hole. I'm going to build a structure underground that is geo-insulated. The geothermal insulation, heating and cooling won't be a problem. It will have self-sufficient aquaponics for fresh food. And I will build a commercial aquaponics to sell true organic food, not the stuff that you can't grow in the dirt anymore because they've screwed the dirt up so bad you can't grow nothing. Everything I've ever grown in aquaponics was beautiful because it's nothing but fish, water, and plants.
And
By
then
the
you
way,
got
by the way, Salty, I don't know if you saw it. No Justice said hi.
who said hi?
No Justice.
Oh, hello, No Justice. I don't know No Justice.
Well, I just wanted to make sure you know he said hi. No.
Hi, Noli.
Noli D's in here. Zombie Hunter. Zombie Girl was in here. Peachy's in here.
Yeah.
I've been through a hell
Some
of
of
a
those people I don't jive with, but you know, that's cool.
Rat Rod.
Well, this community is about forgiveness. It's about understanding. It's about change.
Now, when it comes to salty rent, it's not.
Well, it has to be because those who drink poison and expect the others to die are fooling themselves.
Trust me, when it comes to salty rant, nope.
Hey, Zombie Hunter. Right now it's right now 15 degrees here. Well, you know. It's cold. I ain't used to this shit. 30 years in Florida and now I'm freaking up here. You don't see this type of weather too often in Florida.
You know, I saw a video with Tammy and him and somebody else was going at it. I don't even know what it's about. I think it's a miscommunication. But I did speak to that individual for about a half an hour. Mm-hmm. And you got to understand, that man is going through a hell of a lot. And he has issues dealing with stress and things like that make it even worse for him. And I don't like to see that kind of confrontation. I don't know enough about it to fix anything or to really comment on it. But I don't like to see that. I just want you to understand that that man is going through a very, very difficult time right now in his life.
Well, just tell him to quit being brainwashed by lies. I won't have a problem.
It's not just that. It's everything. I mean, you can't imagine everything that he is dealing with.
Because really and truly, I don't have much of a problem with him, except for that fact he's got on the bandwagon with the people that want to lie about him. Okay. And I have a problem with that.
I want to make sure it was you fucking with that.
So I know who you're talking about. I ain't bringing up the name either. But he's got on a bandwagon and starting to support them with the lies that they wish to spread. And that's why I also told him he needed to, because I know he has the ability to look up public records. He's done it before.
He doesn't
Look
have
up my
time.
look up my public records, and he'll realize that these people are lying their fucking ass off to him. And why is he supporting that? That was my whole point this morning.
Well, he sees things too that aren't right in the community, and that's when you see him coming out like that. He might see somebody on a different channel or somewhere else, and I've seen people being two-faced,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't communicate with them anymore because that's just wrong. Because you're creating drama, you're creating friction that doesn't need to be there,
Mm-hmm.
and to be honest, that man is going through a hell of a lot, and he has sacrificed a lot for us.
Oh, I tell you, I even said it this morning after he left frickin' Bill Norwood's. I respect him, especially for the stuff he does with the ADA. I have all the respect in the world, okay, because he's fighting a hell of a fight right there. I've been fighting that fight for a long time. I know the shit he's going through with just that alone. Okay, that's a hard fucking fight, and I have respect out the ass for him for that. And we got a very strong common ground right there. Okay, and I know what I've gone through for the last 15, 20 years of me fighting with that shit. So I could just imagine what he's gone through, and especially since he is actually disabled on top of it. So that makes it even that much harder, I'm sure.
He needs a lot of help, and I don't just mean.
Well, don't kick a person in the mouth that's also trying to help you.
Right. I
He's
understand
kicking me
that.
in the mouth, and I've been trying to help him. I even put out numbers and shit of Todd Struby that he made calls that day when Blind Justice was getting hemmed up uh, uh, at that Social Security building or whatever that was. The cops had him all hemmed up, and they wouldn't allow him to have his recording devices and shit. Todd Struby was making phone calls, and I called him immediately telling him what was going on, and he's making phone calls. And he's getting other people to make phone calls. I put the number out to the man out here on the internet so people knew who to call. I'm trying to help him as best I can from afar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't want you to sit there and have this eating at you or be on your mind that you have this confrontation, you have this issue in your life when we all understand that people have problems or their issues may be bigger than ours.
Mm-hmm.
So even Salty, sometimes you gotta kind of look at it differently to where you can forgive if they decide they want to change. If they want to change the situation, you always need to be available for that so you can get past it. But if you want to lock down and say, nope, I'm not going to change, I'm sticking to my guns, I'm just going to be a grudge holder, this person can never be allowed to redeem themselves, that's not really a good way to be in life.
No, I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, I did not have a problem with him until he decided to start drinking pink Kool-Aid, okay? Over there with these guys that have been lying about me left and right. You know what I'm saying? I never had a problem with him. Even when he had a problem with someone else. That's a very good friend of mine. I did not have a problem with him. I said, that's your two's fight. Y'all need to get it fixed. Okay? I told that person that. You all need to get it fixed. But then he decided to start falling on a train that shouldn't have. That's all nothing but lies. Okay, and
yeah, you look at some of the stuff that I've been talking about,
mm,
from 9/11 to this to that. When you look at everything I'm talking about, and you look at how frivolous these little issues are between people, the bigger picture is the way we have been strip mined through the monetary system. We don't have a lot of time to fix it.
mm,
And if we don't put some things aside and deal with the matters at hand, our children won't have a future. And that's all. That's what I work for.
I guess I'm selfish then because I don't have any kids. All my kids are laying at the carpet.
God dang
I'm
it,
just saying.
It's okay to feel the way you feel, but you have to accept that if the other person is willing to make adjustments, you have to be too.
Well, like I said, I even after having the problem with him yesterday morning, I still brought up good points on him. Okay,
here's the point.
So that shows I'm willing to try to do that because I did bring up very good and valid points about him. And
Here's the
one of
point.
them was,
Even though I want to go ahead and set my differences aside, and make a difference because I'm opening up my mind since I'm on this side over here now. You know, the side that you're on, Brian, the side that Tammy's on. The people that I'm fighting with will never set aside their differences with me because everything they do against me is spiteful. What happened yesterday, I will tell you off air. I'll never speak about it publicly. But everything they did on that side, the side that I used to be on, was a spiteful attack against me, hoping they could get a reaction. They can't get a reaction. I laughed my ass off for over an hour while I was doing some cleaning, some deep cleaning. I'm just like,
well, that's like Eric Brandt. How are you going to attack somebody if you have never even watched one of his videos?
Right.
Oh, no, these people watch my videos.
To call the district attorney and have a conversation about how he needs to be prosecuted?
I want to know, how can you attack someone that's actually making a fucking difference and has proven he's making a difference in court?
But that's kind of the example I'm trying to.
When people don't understand the things they're seeing, they recoil in fear. That's not paranoia. I mean, on some level, you could say it is, but
I don't have a problem with people making mistakes.
People often attack the things they don't understand.
Sure, but I don't have a problem with people making mistakes. I have a problem with people not allowing them to fix them.
And that was my mindset before I came in here tonight. So all the things you're telling me is blowing my mind. I almost feel like, I shouldn't say this, but Tammy knows how I feel sometimes like this. And what I sometimes feel like I want to go home and eat. I'm not going to do it. But it makes me realize how insignificant I am as a person. Thinking, holy shit, you know, like, wow, like, I thought I had problems. Fuck that. There's way more bigger shit than what I'm going through.
Absolutely.
I need to put my boots on and fucking tie them boots a little tighter and put one foot in front of the other and see if I can't help make a difference.
And that's why I'm here, because I'm trying to give a message to people from things that I've discovered that before they existed, if I didn't say something about them, would they exist? But they were happening to everybody, and there's such a big world out there of evil people who are just greedy. That's where the money is the root of all evil, but there's no value in it. But somebody is making value off of it, and it's not us. Somebody's lining their cupboards with gold bars, and it's not us. Somebody's driving around brand new cars and new homes and new buildings, you know, arresting people, running the country through the Justice Department, but it's not us.
Nope.
So when are we going to say this is over? We're done. You're fired. That's probably why Trump is biblically in the position of the president. So we can say, you know what? This is a subliminal message to say, hey, you're fired. Since 1933, they should have been fired. Our government was hired for 19 essential jobs to provide those services for us. And they have raped us and taken over through the greed of the people, your neighbors, getting paid for extorting money from you, because that tax is extortion. You're required to pay this, but you never see it again. You think it's going back into the system to pay for all the services that we get. Well, they're fixing the roads. They're building new prisons. Oh yeah, they're they're doing everything they can to make it a better society by these taxes. But those taxes, society, something. Then they go to the bank and say, okay, give us back some of that money.
You know what gets me? You say that's one I'm going to bring right out. You brought it up. They say they're fixing the roads, but yet
The bridges are collapsing.
I was going to say in the last 4 months, I've seen 6 stories of bridges, 6 stories, even on the mainstream media, where bridges that are commonly used bridges have collapsed and fell. Okay. You see what I'm saying?
All of our dams are at the end of their life cycle. What do you think's going to happen when they collapse?
Oh, it's going to be a mess. Later, Noli.
We've seen it. You know, they're racing to fix something to put bubble gum on a crack, and are going to get wiped out. And you know what? They'll just make more people.
Mm-hmm.
But we're here and we're now. So why can't we just put the bullshit aside and fix the problems? You have to fire the people that we hired to do a job that are in defunct. We do not have a government at this point in time.
No, we
don't have a government. That's why everything the president does has to be done through executive order. He can't do anything unless it's an executive order, because we do not have a government at this point that represents us or does the job that we hired him to do. You have to have your, what do they call it? Wow, I drew a blank. But you got to have so many people representing the people. You have 450 people representing 327 million people. That's not a quorum. We have to have a quorum in the United States in order to have a functional government, because you have too many people that feel a certain way and you have too little people representing them. So that's not a fair and equal balance, because you're not keeping accountable the people that need to be accountable. You don't have the votes on your side for the people because the numbers don't add up. You got to have 30,000 people for each representative. And if you do the math, we need over 10,000 people representing the people in government to represent us. We only have 400.
Right.
So you tell me, how is that fair to you? I'm getting robbed here, and I'm trying to put this stuff in your guys' ears so you'll join me in a fight that's bigger than all of us. And the rest of the world is waiting for us to win this, because they have more oppression. They've had more of their rights stolen. Look at Canada. You look at Australia. And now they're starting to burn people out so they can build a frickin' transcontinental light rail train that zips around wherever they burn up everything. California, look at, what was that, Pleasantville, or I can't remember the name of it. But, houses don't burn half down. It's the things like that if you're not aware of what's going on around you, you don't remove the funding for our forest system to manage itself, and then have all these wildfires. They shut the power off in California for how long? Yet, magically there was a fire.
Right.
They took precautions to prevent that, yet it still happened.
Perth was talking about them fires the other night and how they were set. Perth and Wobbly Boost and I believe it was Border of Chaos. They were all talking about how them things were set and things like that.
Well, these are people being murdered. They're being, if their house is paid for, and the only way to get their property is to burn them out and not let them rebuild on their own property, that's murder. That's extortion. That's treason. That's tyranny. And the problems that we make amongst ourselves are so tiny compared to what's going on around us. It will affect you sooner or later. It's coming, and it will. It's just like a fire in the house. You stay in that fire long enough, it'll burn till it gets to you. But you don't have to wait that long. There's people like me out here saying, hey, you might want to listen. You might want to, I keep telling people there's more beyond the end of that camera lens. You got to do something after the camera shuts off. You don't just have video proof of something. You're confirming that there's an issue that needs to be dealt with. What do you do to fix it? How you fix that, let me stress this again. You run an ad in the newspaper for 21 days, and you tell them that they are no longer going to be representing us. You tell them in the ad that you're going to be holding public elections to fill public positions so we can represent ourselves and govern ourselves like we did before 1933 when the feds came out and they just robbed everything because everybody was in a depression. So all of a sudden they magically come up with this magic money and look what we built with it. Yes, but you got robbed of everything in the process of that. It wasn't helping us. It was just a way for bankers to steal what they couldn't get their hands on in the first place. So they steal all your gold through the taxes. Every time you buy something, you gave, 10 cents to somebody else. And that 10 cents added up so much that they purchased gold that you could never afford. They purchased cars that you could never afford. They built buildings that you could never afford. And these people are stealing everything from you, and they turn around and build an apartment complex with your money. If you go to get social services money, our taxes were supposed to pay into that. They loan it to you back. They're loaning you your own money. How do you live with that? If you go to get welfare and they cut you a check, it just doesn't magically disappear. They put it on a bill. And at the end of your life, if you got any inheritance, if you got any property, it goes through probate, they sell it and they settle that debt for the loan they gave you for the money you gave them. And that's fair?
No, that ain't fair at all.
You're going to loan me my money back and charge me interest? That's like going to an ATM and they charge you to get your money out. I loaned you my money and you're charging me to hold it. Who's the idiot?
Yep.
But we constantly do this every single day and we live with it. And it doesn't make any sense to me. And it drives me fucking crazy to live around people that accept that as normal. I'm not crazy. I know I'm not crazy. But I sound crazy because I'm telling everybody information they don't have. I fill in the blanks. I fill in the pieces. And it sounds so crazy that it ruins their lifestyle. It pops their bubble. It changes their life because they have to change the outlook. And then when they start noticing, hey, maybe he's right. Yep, look at, I can piece all this together now. Then you understand I'm right, but it's too late to do anything anyways. But you have to run the ads in the paper to tell them that they're fired. And then after they're fired, you run another ad that you're going to be having elections to fill the positions of the people that you fired. After those positions are filled, you can start working on governing ourselves like we're supposed to be. Quit having people telling you what to do. Some people think if you don't have somebody telling you what to do, well, you're going to go out and murder, and you're going to rape, and you're going to kill and steal, and you're going to do all these things if somebody doesn't tell you what to do. But for the rest of life, you have to manage yourself. You better come up with that money at the end of the month to pay your rent, pay your light bill, your gas bill, your water bill, or they'll shut it off. And guess what? Then you're in a worse position. They come in and say, well, you're neglectful with your kids. We're going to take them because you shut the water off. You created the condition.
Yep.
Because I couldn't pay it. You knew that it was a necessity that I needed, but you shut it off. Yep. So you create the condition. I mean, it's not a fair world that we live in, but we have well overpaid our debt.
You know what was funny? Like there in Arkansas, just outside of Yellville, there's a little town called Harris, Arkansas. Okay. These people for 500 years have been getting their water out of this one spring called Wildcat Spring. Well, the county decided to drop in all the county water shit. Well, no one was connecting to the county water because they're getting their water out of the springs. They've been doing it for hundreds of years, literally. And they went and tried to block off this spring, saying it was not fit for human consumption. Okay. And they said they did all these tests and they did this and they did that and all this, right? Well, the people got pissed about that because now they're forcing them to try to hook up to the county water because now they don't have a water source. They went and broke into this gated off spring because the state came in and gated it off where people couldn't get to it and got water from that spring and did their own. Had a private entity do test on that spring water and found out it was cleaner than the fucking water that the county was wanting them to hook to.
You can't burn wood, so you're forced into putting a gas line in your house, and if you don't pay that bill, you freeze to death.
Yep. And you know what? You know they freaking went en masse to the county people. They said, "Take us off your damn county water. We don't want your damn county water." And they went and tore that gate down and dared someone to come tell them they couldn't get the water from that spring anymore. And guess what? They're back to drinking that water and said, screw the county. And the county had to take them off their freaking water.
The water tastes horrible. We used to have Colorado Rocky Mountain spring water, and it tasted beautiful. You could drink 4 glasses of it when you're thirsty. Now you can't even drink a half a glass of it, and it tastes like crap.
Peachy was wondering if you have put the ads in the paper thing that you were talking about, and how did it work out?
It's not going to work out if enough people don't work together to make it work out.
And
because you can't do it in just one place. You have to do it all over.
I've done what you're talking about on a local level for a sheriff.
I mean, you're not going to get rid of the president with one person saying, hey, I don't like this. It has to be a group of people, the majority of the people that feel the same way. And you got to have 327.2 million people who are willing to say, okay, we need to fire the thieves and do the work ourselves. I don't have a problem putting a siding on my house if the guy's over here ripping me off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're going to fire that guy if they're going to clean the gutters and they can't do half the work. You want to get double charged? You know, it's just the same thing. You're being extorted from by the government that was hired to provide certain services, which is great, but they're not doing it. All they're doing is sitting back, raping you, and you love it. And when are you going to get tired of it? You don't know what you're heir to. If you look back, if anybody was to look at the letter to Queen Elizabeth here on YouTube, it shows you the 666, the 777. Those are bank account numbers. Those are account numbers for the bonds, for the gold from like King Solomon and stuff. And who are the heirs to that gold? There's enough gold to give everybody in the United States a gold bar, and that's only half of it. Where's the rest of it? This is what's going on in the background that you're not seeing. You're not capable of even comprehending what I'm talking about. Not in one sitting. You can't eat it all at once. You're going to have to take a bite here and there and let it sink in. But in the meantime, they're building and they're working and they're doing their thing. They're on it. We're not. We're just sitting here going, nah, 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 nah. And you get up and you do your daily chores and you go to work and you come home and you made the car payment, you made this. You know, it doesn't make any sense how you can be ripped off so bad and you're okay with it.
Perth agrees with you, and I agree with you, and I've been preaching it for months. If we're going to do something about anything with the government, we need big numbers.
Well, you have to be in agreement that, okay, I'm going to plant my garden and I'm going to wash my windows and I'm going to take care of my health and I'm going to make sure that I take care of my neighbor's health. You know, and if they need something, and that's the way it used to be. If I want something, I'm going to trade you some carrots if you got some lettuce.
Right. That's the way it is still in a lot of the Native American areas. And also in the same area where I told you they did that with the spring water.
Love you, Peachy.
When that same area has almost made money almost null and void in that area. I mean, they still use some, but it's not like in everyday life in anywhere else, because that's what they do mostly is trade and barter in that area.
Well, that's the only way you can do anything without owing somebody. Money was created to create debt. Money was created to create failure. You guys are just waiting for the collapse before you believe it.
It was like I loved living there because one lady, I used to get fresh milk all the time, because what I did is she collected garnets and things like that. Well, the came out of where there was a big they got a freaking commercial tourist mine thing out there, right? Well, the creek comes right out of that freaking commercial mine. Well, it's full of garnets, it's full of all sorts of shit. Well, she would take I'd take my garnets to her that I'd pan out, with this little plastic thingy I had. I'd throw the sand in there and fucking scoot it around and shift it around and freaking get the garnets and shit like that out of it. And then I take them to her. I get fresh eggs. I get fresh. If I wanted goat's milk, I had goat's milk. If I wanted cow's milk, I had cow's milk. And I never had to go to the store. And believe me, if you have fresh milk versus store milk, you'll never want fresh milk again. Or excuse me, store bought milk again, because fresh milk is fucking good. Huh?
Cost $11 a gallon.
Yeah. Where you're at, it's $11. Jeez, I thought it was expensive. I thought it was expensive here at $6.
Liberty Freak was here one day, and he goes and gets some milk out of the fridge. It was brand new, and he opens the lid and he tries to pour it out, and it won't come out. And he's like, "I think this milk is bad," and he was trying to pour it in the sink. I was like, no, wait.
That's fresh milk. That's
got
fresh
the cream
milk
on the top, and it was, like a little plug. And I was like, man, I don't like this watered down, spun, burnt.
You know what 2%? You know what 2% and 1% and that is, right?
I don't like buying water.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. It's 2% milk. The rest is water. 1% milk. The rest is water. I worked at a freaking milk plant. Okay, that Highland milk. That's exactly what it is. It's 2% milk. The rest is all water. That's all you're buying, and you're paying this god awful fucking price
for a gallon of water.
For a gallon of water,
And then they
basically.
probably put titanium dioxide in it to make it look white, so it's lost all of its color.
Oh, cool, Rod. Congratulations. But yeah, I mean, it's insane. And you're right. When you get real non-homogenized milk, you do have cream on the top
I
of
like
it,
to
and I
get
love
fat
it.
when I drink milk.
Me too. And it tastes so fucking good. It tastes so good.
Whatever's in it, I like what's in it. Whatever's in a $2.50 gallon of milk, there's nothing in it that I could possibly enjoy or feel good about drinking.
Right.
There's just no girth to it. There's no thickness. There's no texture. I was thinking about getting some rabbits, and then I could just start my own milk farm. And then I could keep the lawn mowed down and have plenty of milk. You look funny when you're sucking on a rabbit, though.
I'm gonna say, you're milking rabbits?
Well, they breed fast, and
You ain't get much out of them.
well, you got to suck harder.
Yeah. I was gonna say you just blew my mind with that one. You gotta suck on the titties harder. But yeah, I love fresh milk. I do.
Chickens don't like it when you're milking them.
Yeah, chickens don't at all. You're right on that.
About starved to death for that year.
Did they quit laying eggs for you too when you tried to after you started milking them?
No, they just look at you funny.
Oh, okay.
Besides, they got all these breasts with no nipples.
I know it's insane, ain't it?
I've said a lot.
Yes, you have.
I hope the people that are in here can go out and try to make a change in your life that makes it better for yourself. Do something nice for somebody else because it made their life easier, not because it made your life easier. The doing nice for somebody else is the niceness that they probably needed to be a better person. Because everybody is hurting.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is broke. Everybody needs help. And being angry at one another for petty things, cut the sweaty things, don't sweat the petty things.
But yeah, as far as the person you spoke to about that, I don't have much of a problem with it at all. I'm telling you that now. He just needs to quit trying to spread lies about me by listening to other people that are spreading lies about me. That's all I want him to do. If he quit that, I don't have no problem with that person.
Well, see, you're doing exactly what I said. If you give the other person an opportunity to want to make a difference and change, then you can allow them. But if everybody's stuck with, I'm set in my ways, I don't care, you put up your blinders and, you block this, you're going to have to bump elbows sooner or later. So you might as well just be able to accept that, people are different. I know people are different. I don't go over to other people's houses and step on their toes. And you just try to do what your grandparents taught you, where we came from. People don't know where we come from. There's no respect, no honor, no dignity, no trust in the people that live next door anymore.
Well, I understand that, but sometimes like I can see why, because
maybe that's why there's conflict now.
Yeah. Yes. You're probably right.
I'm always willing to let somebody make themselves a better person.
Yeah. Well, I like I said, I have no problem with the man. Just quit that. I'm cool and we're cool. I don't care what problems he has with other people. As long as it ain't lies, then I have a problem. You know, I don't like that shit. You know,
Thank you, Peachy.
but you know, I don't have much of a problem with him at all, except for that, and I'm willing to let bygones be bygones with him. You know,
If you
just
really knew that we're all fighting the same fight and some of us
oh,
just don't know it,
oh, I know we are. That's another reason why I don't have a problem with him. I know what he's done. I've seen some of the shit he's done. Okay. I watch him every time he goes live, even though I'm kicked out of his room. I watch him every time he goes live. Okay. Because I do respect a lot of what he does. Okay. I
just
really do.
just allow people to make a mistake and allow them to correct it. And it
Hmm.
doesn't matter who you are. If they made a mistake, I hope they try to take the opportunity to correct it, and somebody
Yeah.
allows them to.
Yep. I mean, if I really hated the man, do you think I would have said after he left the room good things about him?
Americans have some of the biggest hearts in the world, but when they're down and out and hurting, maybe it's because we don't know how to approach it because we
No,
don't have we never had to. We
right.
have everything. We're independent, we're strong, we're this, we're that. And then we
Hmm.
get the carpet ripped out from under us. And I'm trying to show you how that's happening so you understand that it is happening and you'll join with me and help stop it because we deserve better.
Right. I agree.
There's no reason anybody in this country should be suffering for anything, want for need, or have anything that they want. I mean, if you take everything that your grandparents had and their grandparents had, I mean, you should not want for anything. You should have everything you need or somebody you know to borrow it from.
Oh, I agree. I
And
agree.
today, if you don't go to Home Depot, you can't even fix your leaky sink. You know,
Well,
it's stupid to think that
well,
everything that we got is the shirt on our back and nothing else. Some
people
people,
always people always ask me how the hell did I survive down in Florida? It's called trade and barter, people. You go, yeah, you might have to start out with a little cash in your hand, go get something. Then you go find out. Okay, you see a guy that's got something you want. You go to him and find out what he wants for that. Okay. Well, if you find out he needs something, go get that what he needs, and then go say, "Here you go. I got this. Trade me that." If you think your stuff is worth more than what that is, ask him to sweeten the deal. It's called trade and barter. It works. It
well, that's
worked
the
for
only way you can do something where you don't owe somebody.
yeah, and that's how I lived. That's how I lived in Florida.
You can't spend money for something and still owe for it.
Hmm. Right.
And that's what money does. No matter what you purchase with your money, you still owe for that money that was loaned to you. That
That
money
that's
that
how I
comes out of
also
a
lived with
building on
such
a
little
pallet,
cash.
they take a pallet of money, they push it out into the streets, and they say, "Here, trade this stuff, but we want it back and we want this much more on top of it." But they only loaned you that one pallet of money. How are you going to give them anything over the top of that pallet of money? They're the only ones that make it. They're the only ones that want it back, but you can't borrow more. You can't pay back more than you borrowed. So you're always in debt. You can't take out a loan when you can't pay the interest. They made it so
No,
you can't pay the interest to borrow the money in the first place. So
no
that in itself
justice.
is fraud.
Hold on, hold on. No justice. Bartering is not long gone. If you just need to start doing it and get other like-minded people to do it. It ain't long gone. They're doing it right now. Go down in northwest to central north Arkansas and southern Missouri and see what they do there. They almost everything they do, very little has is on a cash value. It's almost all trade and barter down in that area. Them people have been doing that for years and years and years. Literally.
You only need so much to live. You need food, water. You need to be warm. You don't need all this extra stuff that creates debt. The necessities of what you like and what somebody else likes, they're going to be different. That's where the barter comes in. I'm going to trade you some coffee for sugar. But nobody does it anymore. And now you can't do it because you can't grow nothing. You know, you plant a garden, but it just doesn't produce like it should. Not unless you get brand new, unadulterated dirt. Heck, I was down at Home Depot. There was a guy standing in line in front of me. He was buying some soil, potting soil. And I asked him if he was planting a garden. He says, "No, I was buying my country back, and this time I'm getting a damn receipt."
I love that. I love that. I'm sorry that's such a true statement, but it's also funny. Yeah, it is a true statement, though. But you know, that was another thing that I did. You know, if you want to make some money quick, well, not quick. It ain't quick. But if you want to make free money or free trade and barter, however you want to look at it, however you want to do it,
there's
mulch.
no assumption that you owe something on top of it after you've paid your bill.
Right. It's called get mulch.
I
Let
want
it
somebody to
compost.
stop
And
saying we owe trillions of dollars when we've been robbed.
Yep.
That person doesn't need to represent me. Not if they're out killing people. Because that's not what I stand for.
Right.
I love all of you. I love every single one of you and have no reason to want to harm anyone.
Until proven otherwise.
Well, you're going to do certain things that might make me do it. But that's your mistake, not mine.
Right. And vice versa. And vice versa. Yeah.
If you know your Constitution and you know your golden rules and you know the 10 Commandments, you can't go wrong. You can't lose. You need to start educating yourselves. And David Straight, I have to advocate for him because he's probably the smartest man I've ever seen when it comes to explaining what we're fighting for. David Straight, he explains to you and fills in the gaps of why it's okay to drive with a passport and not a license. A license is designed for commerce, for when you're driving for Uber, when you're delivering groceries in a semi. Those are what licenses are for. But when you're in your own vehicle, if you give somebody a passport, they look at the picture and hand it back to you. Because it says when you open the passport, do not detain. And that's from the Secretary of State. It doesn't get any higher except for the president.
Right.
So what are you going to do? Is the police going to say, "Oh, well, I got to detain you anyways because you don't have insurance or your light's out"? They give you your license back, the passport, and tell you to go on your way. You're free to go. But nobody knows these things. And David Straight, he's the smartest man I know. He's read the Constitution for every state. He has read so much stuff on our IRS tax. Taxes, when you fill out a 1044, that 1040, that's a gift to the government. That's what that form is for. It's for a gift to the government. So you need to file a different one out. You need to file a letter of repudiation for default in the government for failing to do their job, breach of contract. They have failed us, and we need to fire them. But it's, I can't make you get 15 years of information in one little chat here. It doesn't work like that. Your brains are not capable of absorbing things fast enough, and they know that. So they're doing things on the other side to speed things up. We got to create more drama. And because I'm putting this out here right now, there'll be another event that happens. It's like, geez, always a distraction from forward momentum.
Mhm. Right.
So it's up to you guys. I'm willing.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I actually asked you to try to get in touch with me.
I saw that last night. I turn my phone on like once a week
Okay.
because it gets so full of text, it gets so full of messages, I can't get another one. You know, until I delete all the crap off of it, I don't even get the new messages. So, you know, if you send me, Gentino's how to get a hold of me pretty instantly. There's a lot of people that can get a hold of me real fast.
Right.
But I'm always watching. I didn't call you back. I got your number.
Okay.
When did you want to talk?
Anytime you got a chance, I ain't saying
Well, I've been here for
call me tonight. I mean,
I've been here for 4 hours 13 minutes, 4 hours and 15 minutes, something like that. You know, if
right,
it's personal, I can call you.
right. Some of it is, some of it's I wanted to pick your brain on a few things.
Go for
Hard,
it.
you know. Well, just, pick your brains on a few things that easier said in a private setting.
No, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting. Why I wanted to talk to you, because you have I you got information that it just seems like it's easier to ask in a private setting than outside of than in a
Well, not everything
media
is
setting.
not everything is public,
Right, right,
but
and that's what I was talking about.
I like these panels because it gives me the opportunity to talk to more people than just one person. And I
Right,
hope they talk to somebody. You know, I hope they have this discussion with somebody else and say, "What do you think?" You know, you don't discuss it while I'm talking about it. Do your own research and find out that I'm right.
yeah.
You know, if
See,
I'm wrong, please tell me. But I
uh,
don't think I'm far from, the tree.
right, I see a lot of stuff I do look up. I start looking at different things, trying to find it. And I take the time, I really hate putting out freaking websites for everybody else because if they're truly into this, they will go looking for it. You know, uh, uh, that that shows me where they're actually standing. Why do I need to do your homework for you? Do your own damn homework.
Well, I've been researching stuff for a long time. I've
All
done a
right.
lot of things to bring awareness, but if you don't believe it, it
Mhm.
doesn't matter. And if it matters to you enough, maybe you'll research it enough to find out that you don't have to look far for the answers that I'm giving you.
See, that's part of the reason I want to do that. And here's another thing. I have seen and I have had great discussions in the past where people actually did that and they seen and read the same exact document, but seen and read something different. You see what I'm saying?
Well, it's kind of like when I was in a chat once and they're like, let's look up a law for honest citizen. Well, yeah,
Hmm.
you can look up case law, but you can find it on both sides. You can find
Yeah,
a win and a loss on both sides, but it doesn't change the facts that the man did nothing wrong. You have
right,
video proof of it, um, and then you have a hearsay event with no volume, no recording of sound, and supposedly he said something. That's hearsay. That don't stand in court.
hmm,
You know, just because they're a police officer, that doesn't mean you believe them. Look at Houston. Look at all the places. Look at what we do. We wouldn't have a purpose for filming anything if it wasn't for the fact that they're doing something wrong.
right,
So many people with a camera have had something done to them wrong that motivated them to want to publicly put it out there for people to see.
right.
And if you don't
Sorry,
see it, you
people.
don't believe it. So now
Right,
you're seeing it, but you're not doing nothing. It ends when the camera's shut off.
right.
So let's do something on the other side of the lens.
Right. See, that's another thing. You know, a lot of people don't think there's people actually trying to help behind the scenes as well. I've seen a few people that I know of that work their asses off behind the scenes because that's all they can do.
That's all I do.
Yeah. So I mean, hey, Lady Di.
In the next month, I would like to be out there to where I can show a little bit more progress of what I've been doing. But I'm dealing with some pretty tough stuff myself, and it's not easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy to walk into the unknowing and try to defend yourself in court.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to act like a lawyer when you're not? You know, and I'm not hiring a lawyer because I know better than to hire one.
Yeah, someone that plays golf with that plays golf with the judge. Yeah.
Well, you think about, hi, lady, love you. If you think about every felony case that goes into court, the judge gets $90,000. The district attorney, the prosecuting attorney gets $60,000, and your attorney gets $20,000 from both of them. That's $40,000. Then you get charged, $10,000 or $20,000 for them to represent you on top of that.
Right.
But people don't know these things, and that's why they're so hell bent on getting you into court. Oh, you don't have to. I'm not saying you're guilty. I just got to get you into court.
Right.
You just have to appear. Signing this says you promise to appear. Well, that's because the Department of Justice funds everything. And if they don't get you in there, they don't build bridges. They don't take care of our stuff like they're supposed to. They don't run our country unless they get us in jail. But now, when you look at you weigh the scale, how many people you got in jail as to how well our country is taken care of, it doesn't match.
No.
More people are in jail than there are, if you took a life from every person in jail, you could take those bodies, put them to work, and they could build a new country.
Yeah.
So somebody's robbing us so blind, but everybody's accepting it as okay. And it's not okay. Not with me, and I won't stand for it. Not on my watch.
You know, back in the day when they were building the interstate systems and things like that, they put a lot of homeless and people that didn't have jobs to work.
Now they just disappear.
Yeah.
Where'd they go? Don't know where they are. Never see them again.
Yep.
They
And
haul them off, but they don't come back.
Right. That's about like that one homeless vet I was talking to down in down there in Florida. I asked him, why do you live out here in the woods? He says, because they won't take me away and remove me from my country. That's an eye-opening fucking statement from a Vietnam vet.
You look at the missing persons from the Houston flood.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have anybody that came back. There was nobody that was found. The people that got on the trucks that left, that if they were on that truck and they were missing, nobody on that missing persons list was recovered.
Right.
That ought to tell you something.
Yep.
I mean, and you got some guy saying, yeah, I'm not going in there. They're killing people. They're shooting them. And they won't let nobody go in and rescue the people.
Yep.
They're patting Trump on the back, or Trump was patting FEMA on the back, and they never showed up.
Yep.
I'm like, what? This is stupid. How do you tell somebody they did a great job when they never even showed up?
Mm-hmm.
I have a P-emergency. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Give me a second.
All right. All right. Anybody want to come up here? You're welcome up here. You know that. Any one of y'all. And hi, Blue Eyes. Good to see you. I still say that looks like a pink Shardy. I still say that looks like a pink Smokey the Bear. How are you doing this morning, Lady Di? I hope you're doing good. And Rod, I'm glad you finally got out of YouTube jail and all. That's a good thing. See, I ain't the only one. Lady Di even agrees, Shardy. Hey, there you go, Shardy. Back at you, buddy. We still love you, Shardy. Yeah, leave it. I think it looks interesting. It's a good talk piece, you know. May I ask what it is, though, please, Shardy? Ah, okay. Shardy doesn't answer questions. I like that, no justice. Shardy doesn't answer questions.
Whew, I'm back.
Welcome back, Brian.
Gosh,
Well,
I had to go pee twice and almost plugged up the toilet.
Damn. I hate that when that happens.
A double flusher. Whew.
Yeah, I'm just picking at Shardy. I knew what it was. I had to pick at him. That's all. Shardy's a good guy. Oh, it's you. Okay. I'll be right back. I need to go make me a couple of cigarettes.
Well, what do we got here?
You got Shardy in there. You got No Justice in there. Blue Eyes came in. Lady Di.
I saw Lady Di. Blue Eyes.
Yeah. Probably a few others lurking because there's 11 and 11 that count. Barter, so.
Whew. My YouTube channel is Brian Johnson. And if you type in Brian Johnson Civil Rights, it'll be the first one that pops up. You're welcome. Thank you, Lady Di. I just figured out who you were a couple days ago. That bothered me for the longest time, not knowing who that one person was.
Lady Di is a no bullshit granny.
Yeah, well, she helped me out a while back when I really needed some help.
Well, she is a sweetheart as well. I will tell you that.
But I
Just
didn't know who that was.
Hey, Salty, welcome back.
Hey guys. So anyway, I had to take a very important phone call. I had to learn new and exciting information.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to share it on the live stream, but when you guys end the live stream, if we're all still here on the panel, I'll be more than happy to tell you. It's really funny shit.
Okay.
That's why I came back, so I can make you guys laugh and piss yourselves, because you're going to think this is the funniest shit in the world.
Well, you're late because I just did twice.
And I just went and pissed and made cigarettes. So there.
I didn't want it.
Okay, well then maybe you'll shorten your pants.
I didn't want it coming out my nose, so I thought.
I got a groundhog fucking ready to go, so I can't laugh too hard. Otherwise, I'll be squeezing out a delectable treat.
I don't like to laugh so hard today.
Warm steam.
Lady Di says, "Hey Lou."
Hey, Lady Di, you sick bitch? When are you gonna put on that two-piece and fire that saw for me?
Yeah, Salty wants her to get the pink two-piece bathing suits to shoot
Not
a saw
pink,
off for her.
not pink, hot yellow, baby.
Okay, hot yellow.
I want her to show off those hips of hers and those very large lungs.
More than likely to see a 40 caliber.
Oh shit, Rat Rod. That's funny.
What did Rat Rod say?
He said, "I just went pissed too," and the janitor walked in on him. So he got caught.
I think about Greta.
Hey, no justice. Just look at my face. That'll give you a good laugh right there, because then you'll know there is someone out there uglier than you.
I think about all of you guys all the time, and I'm always watching to make sure somebody doesn't need some help.
I need help, mental health, but you can't help me there.
I have some capabilities, but I don't think they're that.
Yeah, okay.
Superpowers don't always work. You know, you got to replenish them now and then.
Oh, you'd be replenishing them by the hour if you tried to mentally help me. I'm telling you.
Mine are broke right now.
Well,
Burned them all
apparently,
for my dad.
Apparently, I'm still living rent-free in a special lady's mind.
Oh.
She made 2 videos about me.
Wow. Don't you love living rent-free?
It's funny shit, man. I gotta tell you. I'm gonna go watch these videos probably when I get home and I'm masturbating, because she's got a sexy voice.
God dang it, Lou.
I might even masturbate to the video she's making about me, because, fuck, now that I got my glasses, I'm a sexy motherfucker. I'm a mean, lean, eating machine, baby. I didn't say fucking. I said eating.
God dang it, Lou.
You know, it's funny, after being with my wife for 17 years, she's still in love with me, and I can't figure out why.
You must do something, right?
Well, probably because I keep poking her in the belly button like the fucking Pillsbury Doughboy, and she's going, woo!
Yeah.
got my first enema water skiing.
I never water skied, so I wouldn't know.
Water's hard.
Believe me, I've made some bad dives where I found out it was hard. That water will smack the piss out of you when you do a belly flop. Blue Eyes, I believe in Santa Claus.
Hey, does Blue Eyes do Discord by chance?
I don't know. Do you do Discord, Blue Eyes? I'm waiting on the answer. Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes. She says no.
Good.
All right.
Looks like it could be an emphatic no.
I'm so very proud of my Purple Unicorn for its Part 2 Discord server that I want to share with those in the know.
Purple Unicorn part. That's fucking hilarious.
Well, I was going to do We the People, but then there was already a We the People Discord server. So I thought, all right, let me do something fucking zany and off the cuff. So I thought, why not Purple Unicorn parts? It's got a picture of a purple unicorn horse with the unicorn sticking out of its head. I thought, you know what? Purple unicorn farts is just the way to go.
Yep.
Think of the implication. Purple unicorn farts.
You should have had a little gas cloud coming out of its horn.
Well, I just got what was on fucking Google image search. Hey, so do I have time to drop in Odin and wipe my RSM, or I said, do I have to hold it in?
That's funny.
Jamie?
Huh?
Do I have time to go take an Odin and wipe my RSM real quick, or are you going to end this real quick?
Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to leave my car running until my battery can charge on my phone, because I got a ground pounder, man, and it's coming out whether I want it to or not.
All right, go. Go.
Yep, I'll be back as soon as I can. Let me take my roll of paper towels with me.
I agree with you on that, Blue Eyes.
That's funny.
Oh,
Lady.
Ouch, Lady Di. Ouch.
She was doing cartwheels.
Yes, she was. I've seen people do that though, like being out there when I was living on the Swanee River. I've seen people do that.
Or it was like a piece of clay hitting the street.
Yep, one of the two. But yeah. Here shortly, I am gonna shut down though.
Yeah, I gotta go to sleep. I kind of get tired.
Yeah, every once in a while that happens.
Well, somebody was saying my humor was kind of dry, and I was thinking it probably matches my Vaseline. I put sand in it. Like it kind of rough. Nothing like rough, dry humor.
Right. Hey, Rat Rod found a common connection. That was funny. I'm just making a joke there.
We could be nobody together.
Yes. We could be nobody together. There might be a song out there somewhere like that. But then again, It might be a new song. Hmm.
Yeah, I think I joked myself out.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty much about the same way. That's why I said I'm about ready to shut it down. Hell, I've been going for 5 hours. I can't believe it's been 5 hours already. Almost. It's 4 hours and 40 minutes. Let's put it that way.
Remind me to call you when I wake up.
All right. I'll tell Jen. Hey, tell Brian to remember to call me.
That'll work. Gen T has been a real blessing in a lot of ways for helping the community, and it just
does a lot of work behind the scenes that people just don't even know. And you know what I love about her is she don't sit there and go out and say, "Hey, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that." Yeah, she just does it, and then when she comes on the live panel, she don't give a fuck, but about what she did. She just has fun on her live panel. You know.
I wished I could, give back to you guys what you guys give to us.
Right, Rod, you have a good one, bud.
Some people, they get a lot of donations, and for me, I get a little bit of serenity being able to come out and have a life because of the things that I've done in my past. It was really hard for me to feel secure in a world that I knew was so rotten. And when you live in fear, somebody's going to hurt you or your family. I hid for a long time, and it's only through you guys that I'm able to feel comfortable enough to be out in society without getting droned or something.
You know, that's one thing my uncle used to say. He says, I'd rather live out in the woods with the animals because I know what the animals are going to do. When I go into a city, I never know what any human being will do at any given time.
Well, they're the most dangerous animals around.
Right. So my uncle tried to spend more time out in the woods than anybody I ever met. He hated going into any large town at all. And if he didn't have to go even into a small town, he wouldn't.
I didn't want to get Clinton.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If you see me committing suicide and I shoot myself twice in the head.
Right. While you're handcuffed.
I couldn't live with myself.
Right.
Maybe if I shot myself once, I'd be all right with that. But if you ever hear of me doing it twice, that would kill me.
Yeah. Yeah. That's about like that one black guy, and it made an uproar for a long time, and some police officers lost their job over it. But they literally thought they could pass off. This happened when I was back in about 86, 87, down there right on the Arkansas, Missouri border. This black guy who was handcuffed and leg shackled in a car that had a plastic divider between him and the cop somehow got out of his handcuffs, got through the plastic divider, grabbed the freaking cop's gun, shot himself 6 times in the head, gave the gun back to the police officer, put the plastic up, and recuffed himself.
Well, Robert Redmond, I can't stab myself in the back anymore, not after the Lopper accident.
Yeah. I mean, that was an actual happening. They tried to say the man committed suicide by doing that.
Well, he probably did.
Yeah, I mean, he must have been David Copperfield with a death wish, I guess. Yeah.
You know, you just don't know about these things. You got to be a forensic scientist to understand how all that works.
Yeah.
You know, 6 shots, you know, maybe it would have taken 12 for some people.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know,
I mean, that shit fucking was amazing, and I was glad that people went to the defense for the family, you know, because they wound up getting them 2 cops that were involved in that fired, and they wound up getting some money for the family, you know.
I used to shoot myself in the foot all the time,
Mhm.
but wasn't working for me.
Mhm. Yeah, they tried to pass that off as a suicide, no justice. They really did. It was in the papers there in Springfield, Missouri. I think it was in '86. It happened. Wanted to say in August of '86. So I'm sure if it got archived, it's around somewhere, that particular story, and then the story of the police officers getting fired and shit like that. But but so that this corruption shit ain't so new, you know. It was happening before we had the cameras to actually film what's going on now, you know, and things like that. But and that's just one story I know of because it made it into the papers and everything else. Uh, how many untold stories were out there that were covered up and shit, you know, before then?
I'd like to, you know, get a good lady.
Hmm.
I got a new coffee table and I'm always banging my foot on it. I thought
And
maybe if
Beaver,
I had a good lady, I could,
good.
you know, bang her on it and leave my feet alone.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, B. I know you want to look at those, buddy. And yes, actually, I did sleep last night, Beaver. I actually got about 7 hours sleep, which is the most sleep I've had in about 3 weeks in one night. Welcome
Oh,
back, Salty.
oh my God.
Did it go plop,
Man,
plop, fizz, fizz? Oh, what a relief it is.
that
He
was the
was,
dirtiest, most explosive Odin I've ever taken. Let me tell you. That porcelain bowl was nice and clean until I got to it. And now that bathroom smells like his breath. Shitty. Ah, I love fucking skid marks everywhere.
Lady Di says, must be horny as heck today, Brian.
no, I'm good. I was thinking, you know, you ever bang your toe on a coffee table at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, yeah.
I've done that. It sucked.
And if you've done the other, if you have a preference, I would choose the other.
I agree. I agree. Well, guys, I'm about to cut it down, guys. Y'all try to have a good night. I've almost gone 5 hours. I appreciate you being here, Brian. I appreciate you being here, Salty. Uh,
Oh,
Beaver, sorry you came in late, bro. But y'all try to have a good day. I hope you have a good start to your day and enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
I
And
had an awesome start to my day.
yeah,
Sorry, I'm tired, guys.
it's all good,
I
Brian. I
can't
understand.
give you what I would like to.
Well, hang on, because I got some shit to make you laugh your ass off.
Yeah. But y'all have a good day. I'll talk to y'all later. And I am out.
All right.